guys, unaona hii namba mtu mmoja a support na data niondoe. Twende kazi director.
Sawa, asante. Sasa mine is one or two things. Kwanza, we've said we are uniting. One, the reason as to why we are uniting is to unite to fight our political tribal politics. If we unite to do that, there is hope for Kenya. Now, if we all know any government or any leadership of a country is led politically, there is no spiritual leadership when it comes to country leadership. It is all political. Ukienda wherever, whichever country you can think of, everywhere is politics. So mambo na church outside. It is all about political space for leadership of a country. Tukitoka hapo, tunasonga mbele. You naona Kasonga ameingia church. I am a believer. One thing, that one I know. The way anasema ati hata hii kanisa inaitwa JWC, itakuwa polling station. That is what he used 2022. And many people were swayed. And it is high time for us to stand, either as believers, as pagans, whichever religion or whichever faith you have, to fight and defend your country by voting Kasongo out. There is nothing we can do, but we should fight first our tribal politics. That one will be able to give us a niche to remove Kasongo. Another thing, young men, old men, women, brothers and sisters, there is nothing we can do in this country to liberate the movement of our country if we will say we are going as young people alone. We need to onboard everybody. Mwenye anasema we want to remove this person mwenye amemaliza the economy of our country. The economy of our country has been affected in a way that unaona tu, there is only one tribe. As much as we are saying the politics of our country is, we should be able to fight is that every leadership, wherever, every company, every organization, leadership must be streamlined. Kabila moja, we have seen it. Every parastato, ukiangalia, 90% Kasongo and the people. But other people are only out here praising and worshiping. How will we continue praising one person because of what he's coming to do to bribe and buy you? Because of the destiny of a generation ahead of us. We should be able to unite to say no to Kasongo. Going forward, let us unite as Kenyan people, not as tribes, Kikuyus, Luyas, Amaluya. Let us not unite as a tribe. Let us unite as Kenyans who wants to have the best interest of our generations to come so that we can face out Kasongo and his cronies. Kama Raila anasema anakuja on board. We are doing this only because of a generation to come. There are people whom we are doing to onboard, but we are facing them out. Generation yenye kina Raila ilikuja, that one is coming to go. You are not going to tolerate this generation again. There is a new generation that is coming up, and we are the generation. Let us unite to restore our country, to restore the dignity of our institution, to restore the dignity of the church, to restore the dignity of every society. Because when we don't do this, goes for forever, and we'll never have peace. Thank you so much.
Yes, good evening everyone. Nataka kuchukua fursa hii niongee kidogo kwa hayo yote ambayo watu wamesema. Tony has said something and Lillian also said something. I just want to dwell on those things so that we can understand these things very well. We always think about what is called the politicians each and every day when it comes to election. And this is the truth, because we know very well those who even those who are standing there, each of them starting this, how we call it, kutoka wakati wa KANU mpaka sahi. We have never think of changing the system that these people are using to manipulate and make Kenya to be today. We keep on recycling these people each and every day when we have election. And this is the problem that we have. When each and every of you here comes, you will talk about maybe Raila, maybe Ruto, maybe, but we have never think about the system that these people are using. That's why Tony says that if we say that we need to remove Kasongo only, what about the remaining people? We should ask that question. Because when we remove one person, what about the rest? We will have the same problem because the system that these people use are still the thing that is giving us the problem. The second thing that making Kenya to be today, we as people. Because we see, but we don't. We are thinking that everything is okay. We listen, but we don't care. Let us not talk too much on something that we know we are the people that bringing it each and every day. We have been supporting Raila, Ruto. Why can't we change that scenario? We even say that director. Why can't we just talk about something else apart from this? Another thing that is failing Kenya is religions. We keep on saying something that religion is the only place where we can get the solution. We cannot get a solution when these people are also in the same system that we are facing. So we need to think on how we remove the system as a whole, not individually. Because if we remove individually, it's like umeenda kwa B na umetoa tu nini moja. Bado umebaki na how many B's ndani? Trillions of B's are inside there. And this is the reality. When we want to make the change in Kenya 2027 that we are talking about, let us sit down as people of Kenya. Let us not talk about the youth, the elders, or whatever. Let us sit and see, review. When we sit down and say, okay, this is something that we want to do, is this one. It will help us then worship going to watu wa politician wakupee 50 bob na ukuje utusi watu. When you read the comments, there are some people here, they still have that slogan that they're thinking, they're dreaming, daydreaming that this person can help. You see what is taking place. Each and every of you here, munaona kitu yoyote inafanyika Kenya. If we are not careful, the way director say, and the way Tony and Lil say, we will still have the same mess that we keep on doing each and every day. So the only thing that I want to say is only to become unit and make sure that we do away with the system. So we have a very good strategy of having a new Kenya. I think that's the only thing I can say as per now. Thank you.
Wamunyoro should talk.
Thank you. Let me talk now. I know when you want me to talk so that you can jump in later and respond to me. But today, I want to inject. So good evening, everyone, and thank you, Dawa Media, for organizing this Kamukunji. It's a nice one, so that we can educate each other on a few things. Mimi nitaongea on quality of leadership. Najua tunakuwa tumefocus sana kwa kiti ya president, but we end up getting it wrong on other posts. Tunafocusing sana kwa kiti ya president, then tunachagua poor MP, tunachagua poor governor, tunachagua poor women rep, tunachagua poor MCA na poor senators. The problem we are facing right now as a country is as a result of poor parliamentarian. Because all these evils or evilness we are seeing being conducted in this country, zote 90% zinapitishwa pale kwa parliament, na ni kwa sababu sisi wakati wa kura tunafocus sana kwa kiti ya president. Nasema president ni Ruto, president ni Raila, president ni Wajakoya, alafu tunasahau kuchagua MP. Ikifika pale kwa kura, ukiangalia tu Raila ako pande gani, Raila na ODM, unapiga ODM suti kutoka juu 6 piece, naitanga 6 piece. Na hiyo ndio kitu kimetuletea shida yenye tuko nayo saizi. That's why even when Rigathi Gachagua was impeached, alikuwa analia sana ja members of parliament. So tunafaa tuchague members of parliament wenye wanafikiria mwananchi. Na Gen Z vile walianza hizo demonstrations, it's a good thing, but hiyo spirit inaweza onekana kabisa ni mzuri ikiwa tunaweza ipeleka kwa ballot box. Focus hata ya presidential election mimi hata sioni ni sana, lakini hapo kwa kiti ya MCA na kwa kiti ya MP na ya Senate na ya women rep, hapo ndio Gen Z wanafaa focus vibaya sana. Because imagine if we had like 150 MPs who stand like Edwin Sifuna, ama wenye wanasimama kama Peter Salasia, ama wenye wanasimama kama Senator wa Kiambu Karongo Adhangu, ama wenye wanasimama kama Onyonka. Well, imagine parliament ingekuwa na at least 150 members of parliament wenye wanaweza simama kama the few that we have seen, the likes of kina Babu Owino and so on. So tukiwa na kama 150 MPs, even the president akiwa kule State House, even if anaweza kuwa rais mbaya ama akuwe mtu mwenye ana akili, na tuko na MPs wenye wanaweza simama kama 150, wanaitisha press conference pale kwa parliament building, wana threaten president, my friend, hakuna kwenye president anaweza fanya ujinga nyana anafanya saizi. Hizo vitu za sha zote zilipitishwa bunge, lakini imagine 150 MPs wakipinga, already on majority, si ndio? Because 150 times 2 ni 300 and something, ni almost majority tu, hata wengine wata ignore. And then you see if you have a lot of 150 MPs, unakumbuka kama BBI iliamka aje? BBI Ruto alienda tu akatafuta tu MPs wake wachache, alikuwa na around 131 MPs, akathreaten Uhuru pale hivi, BBI ikaanguka. So William Ruto alikuja akajua the power is in parliament, and that's why unaona tu wakati Azimio ilikuwa na majority pale kwa parliament, alimake sure amebreak hiyo majority, apate hiyo majority. So alikuwa na wale MPs anaweza honga. So focus inafaa tuchague viongozi ambao hawaweki pesa mbele, na hiyo ni tukichagua wabunge wenye wako na akili. Lakini wakati wa kampeni, wewe kama mwananchi ukipewa 200 na MP unakimbia kumpatia kura, na unasahau kwamba hiyo 200 umekula lazima hata irudisha na kuiba CDF na kuhongwa na president. So we should also look at ourselves as the people. When you go to an election, do we look at the manifesto of these members of parliament? Besides looking at the manifesto, do we look at the quality of education ya our members of parliament? Besides the quality of education, do we look at their history? Wametoka wapi kama members of parliament? What have they been doing? Hata wakiwa shule, wakiwa wapi? Ito tu history tudogo tunaona. Wajua tulikuwa tuna ignore red flag to William Ruto. Mawaika 92 tuna ignore na kusema atabadilika. Ruto 207 polls, Ruto atabadilika. Naangalia vile alikuwa anasukuma Uhuru, anatukana Uhuru, a sitting president, atabadilika. Sasa saizi ni yeye ako hapo sasa. Mnaona vitu anafanya. The same William Ruto remains the same. Benye tu wako. So the quality of leadership pale kwa parliament na senate, Gen Z sasa vile mumeamua, nataka muende hizo viti ama tuende hizo viti, MCA tuende hizo viti. Hapo tu peke yake ndio tunaweza heal this country. Hata kama vile tunasema William Ruto anaweza iba kura 2027, waache ibe kura yake ya president kama mbaya. Lakini tukiwa na MPs kama 150 wenye wanakimbiza huyo jamaa, atakonda nywele zingoke, hata maliza term, tutamsikia ameadmit hospitali India, because we have parliamentarians who take care of the people. Sheria mingi zinapitishwa pale kwa bunge. Hata hizi finance bill uliona venye ilikuwa inaenda inapitishwa pale kwa bunge kila kitu. Kama ni hiyo OSHA ilienda through parliament. Kama ni ukiangalia kama ni taxation ya housing levy, yote ilipitishwa pale parliament. Hakuna kitu president anafanyanga kama ijapita kwa parliament. Hata hizi vitu wanawaambia sijui wamewithdraw sijui 1.3 trillion. At the end of the day, president akuja kujitetea, atatoa document yenye parliament ilisha sign na ikapitishwa pale. Hata kama ilipitishwa usiku, bora utapata speaker ameweka signature yake au maclerk na kila mtu, na ikaenda kwa president aka-send. So everything goes through parliament. Lakini sasa tukichagua parliament Brukenge, wewe unachagua mtu kama Oscar Sudi, ataenda kurepresent bwana. unachagua ni sawa. Mtu kama Kimani Ichung'wah anaweza kuwa amesoma, lakini bado ameenda ku represent his own interests pale. Wewe juzi ameingia akiwa amekonda hapo, hana anything. 2017 alikuwa hata anaomba Mungu akue kwa ballot box peke yake, hadi wakamhurumia juu ana pesa ya kukampeni, akaingia kwa ballot box peke yake. Juzi naona anaamka na anasema ati he is worth 1 billion. You can imagine. Na kuna MPs kama kina Peter Salasia wanakutolea hadi payslip, unaona jamaa ana 18,000 out of 1.2 amechukua loan, wakikatakata hizo tax nini to loan nini, jamaa anabaki na 18,000, but he still stands for the people of Kenya. But unaangalia kuna MP hata ana shida, lakini akili yake amepeleka tu kwa pesa, kitu 1,500 anakimbia mbio. Those are the members of parliament we don't want to have. Tunataka tukuwe na a strong parliament. Hata US unaangalia parliament yao, Trump anaweza kuwa kichwa mbaya, but when the Congress speaks, Trump ana take a step back. Kama hii mambo ya USAID, unaona Congress vile iliamka ikaongea ikamwambia Trump hapana, mzee hold on. Alisikiza, akaanza kureverse hizo vitu. Hiyo mambo ya Gaza ana reverse, mambo ya kusema atapeleka foreign aid this and these countries. When the Congress speaks, because hawakunanga chapati kwa Congress, sasa ni kutetea mwananchi. So tunataka tuchague bunge yenye wakifika tu pale Nairobi wanasahau stories za ODM, wanasahau stories za UDM, wanasahau stories za Wamunyoro. They go there to defend the people of Kenya. That is when this country itaenda mbali. Lakini with this kind of MPs who are yes sir, guys, we will still suffer. Even if we elect a good president, MPs watamshika, acha nitumie lugha mbaya, they will hold him hostage. Hata president has performed. MPs wanataka pesa, wanataka kuhonga usiku na mchana. Unapata in fact MPs wanafanya hata corruption inaendelea. Wanapigia president, wewe sasa unataka support kitu yangu ni ngapi? Irushie yangu. You see, those are the kind of MPs you have elected. So we need to change there. Na hapo ndio mimi naweza ambia tu Gen Z, hapo ndio nafasi iko kwenda parliament. So mimi the likes of Morara Kebaso nikiona wanajialign namna hiyo, wajialign kabisa, wapate hiyo nguvu, wapate hizo viti za ubunge. Lakini wakifika bunge watumie sasa akili yao, waachane na akili ya chama. Hata Kasmuel achane naye vile amejialign, maybe ametarget kwenda kusimama kitu huko Nyanza. Anajua huko Nyanza ODM itakuwa powerful. Haja ajialign saizi, lakini akishashinda tunataka kuwa kama Edwin Sifuna, to stand with the truth. It doesn't matter which party you are. That's when this country will heal. Memaliza, next person can talk. Thank you for listening to me.
Hiyo chenye umesema is what I've been trying to push, but Tony ako tu zile za the head. Your Highness.
Yes, bro.
Collins ameongea?
Niko kwa kelele, mtu mwingine anaweza chukua kwanza.
Nani hajaongea? Owen?
Ni huyu Your Highness, huyu mwenye ameingia tu saa hizi.
Your Highness, welcome.
Okay, guys. Good evening. So mi point yangu ni simple. Kitu ya kwanza naona kama hii revolution ilianza vizuri, lakini penye imefika kuna watu wameanza kutumiwa na politicians either with self interest ama wenye wako too selfish. They don't want anything good for the ordinary mwananchi. So the thing is, mi naona kama kuna watu wameanza kusema Rao wamefanya nini. They want to divert attention ya mwananchi towards ile mission ya kutoa Kasongo pale. Because let's look at it at this angle. If Kasongo is not there, will Raila go to? Will be Raila going to kutengeneza hizo madili zenye wataki wananchi hawataki? Because let's be honest, kama Raila as a politician, without let's put the tribal thing aside. So Raila ni mwananchi tu. Let's say Kenya hakuna tribes. So for example, let's assume that. So Raila kama anataka deal ama anataka anything to do with the government, anaweza enda kwa nani kama si president? Anaweza enda kwa nani? So let's not victimize someone kwa kuenda kwa the sitting president, because huyo ndio alichaguliwa. And these issues za kudivert attention ya watu ndio inafaa ikome, kwa sababu kuna watu wako hapa they are like wanaongea ni kama wako na Gen Zs, but in real sense pia wao wako na interest zao. And let's not assume at politics iko kama kanisa yenye kila kitu itatakikana iende vizuri na inaendelea vizuri. Even in church tunajua vizuri things that have been going on in church. Let's not assume the facts na tuanze kukuwa na delusions yenye haziwezi saidia. Let's deal with the facts, na kama Kasongo ndio shida, let's deal with him first. That's what I think for now. If I have any point, I will raise.
Haya, let's keep tapping guys. Charles Janjo, how are you? Let's keep tapping. Nimerudi, nilikuwa nimeondoka kidogo. Let's keep tapping, tap the screen. Tuko 35.8. Na mimi nataka nione chenye tutazungumza leo. Some of us tutaitisha press conference, maybe after mzee ameongea or after. Tony, I hope that team yako nitaipata. And as Gen Zs and millennials, we are going to disassociate ourselves with Morara Kebaso and Kasmur Makaure. That is the information that I'm getting, that Gen Zs will be holding a press conference probably next week to disassociate themselves with Kasmur Makaure and Morara Kebaso. Let me welcome E, then Captain, and Banya can take over from there. Guys, keep tapping. Na kama hauja join, Sebi, are you here? Okay, nakupandisha. Guys, kama hauja join group yetu, hapo ndo after hii live, ama kesho, that's what we'll be discussing about your press conference. So, make sure umejoin. Na mimi niko hapo hiyo masaa yote bana. Members, hata hakuna mtu amesponsor hii show ya leo na data. Na tunataka turudi tena hapa. And I hope on the other end to live on YouTube. Mtu mwenye anauliza how to join.
Nimesupport.
I'll check. If nimtapata namba yako hapo, then your number ndo nakuweka nao kwa hiyo group ya WhatsApp. So members.
Nimetumia bank.
Okay, you'll make sure you WhatsApp me that number. Guys, mimi nawauliza hivi. Banya ati unasema uchunguzi wanaona ukiwa 50-50. I'll give Banya a rate of response later, not now. 50-50, mimi naweza waambia guys, kama wewe ati made up your mind who to vote next general election, then wewe umepotea. If you are sober, wewe umepotea kabisa kama ushaamua unachagua nani. Uchaguzi hatufanyi leo. So I just want wale watu wenye wanataka kutujoin nao press conference next week. And agency yenye mnadharau, hii movement yenye mnadharau, tumeishikilia kwa hizi mitandao, and we are sure that hatuiachili, and we are going to fight for it, hata kama tutabaki watu 10. Director utuma request. Tuma request. Nani director atakupea dakika. Sebi request. Uko area? Request. Let me start with E, Captain. Yeah, alafu Sebi na kupandisha. Let's go, then Banya.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's start with E, then we come Captain. E, then Captain. And guys, nataka kuona hizo namba zenu kwa M-Pesa so that tuingie kwa hiyo group. E, alafu upe Captain Mike, alafu upatie Banya. Yes.
Okay, all right. So thank you so much. I've been listening to this debate, and I like its objectivity, but I am getting concerned again with how we are looking at this issue, because we are constantly drifting away from the main issues affecting this country and going after what I would call sometimes non-issues, maybe either by design of either the government or politicians, or maybe driven by our own interests. Because I would want to begin by posing a question I've always been asking. Like for example, when we see Malala fraternizing very closely with Gachagua, Wamunyoro, and the other politicians, the politicians we know who've been there. We need to ask ourselves, because I know a lot of people had a lot of support for him. And there's a question I've always been asking on this platform. Want to run this country. Unfortunately, we have not. And that is the biggest problem. We've always done, and I think this is since independence, is we identify someone and then try to push our ideologies to them, and then we say, sasa tunafuata tuko nyuma ya fulani. But we don't start with the ideology, with the blueprint. You know, every person who has ever built something here, even the people who designed something we use every day, like hata sufuria, or even the phones we use, they started with a blueprint. And then they did a dry run. But you know, you cannot first of all start with the product and then start working backwards to say, now I will make this sufuria into a phone. It doesn't go like that. It doesn't work like that. You cannot first of all start building a wall and then start working backwards to say, now let's go to the foundation and then we work backwards and let's develop an architectural design. You start with drawing up a design. And that is where we keep failing as the Kenyan voter. I don't even want to talk about the typical politician. It's the Kenyan voter, because I keep hearing people talk about personalities. I do not hear people talking about the Kenya we want and the ideas, the ideologies that we want in this country. That is the biggest problem. We keep hearing people talk about tribes, groupings, hey, politicians, this group is group, these people are coming together. But I haven't heard someone say, look, these are the ideologies that we would want in the person we wish to identify. Because once we have that blueprint, remember I said running this country is very easy. It is not hard. Being a president is not hard, by the way. It is very easy. And that is why in the Constitution, it removed even the degree requirement. It said any person above 18 years and who qualifies to be a member of parliament can run for presidency. Okay? Because it is very easy. Being an MP is not complicated. Anyone who can speak English and Kiswahili can be able actually to become an MP, as long as they represent those ideologies that we would want. Because that is why we keep failing, because we keep looking for something. But I'll give an example. In the 2022, it was about the Hasra dynasty. So a lot of people voted around that route. But is that the ideology that we want to run this country? No way. No way. So what I don't hear in these debates is, have we sat down and asked ourselves, now that I can almost tell that we know what is the problem with this country. We know what's the problem with this country. And I will tell you for free. The problem with this country is not Ruto. That's not the problem. He's part of the bigger problem in this country. Even if we remove Ruto today, okay? And of course, even if we would remove him today, then Kitiki will take over anyway. Even if we remove Ruto today and replace him with someone else, as long as that person we replace him with does not represent the blueprint that we want for this country, we will have the same problem in the next 5 years. And that's my fear, that we want to practice what I call the politics of personalities, people. And that's why you see, hata chama zile tuko nazo, very few of them last beyond 5-10 years, because they are built around someone. We mustn't stop building our politics, leadership, and the future of this country around people, around personalities. We must build it around an idea. So I will ask you this. For example, this group now hapa kwa Dawaka Maweka, what ideologies do they represent? Can someone tell me what they represent? Except saying wacha tuunganisha watu pamoja. What ideologies do they represent? That is the first thing. Including, I would even say, even Malala. What ideologies was he presenting for this country? Because we know the problem with this country. So first, I'll give a few suggestions. First, have most of us looked at Chapter 6 of the Constitution? Because it lays the values that we should be discussing in a lot of these platforms. A lot of us have not looked at that. Because things like integrity are mentioned there. Because those are the things, those are the ideologies that we should be thinking about. So that we can be saying, now, Fulani na Fulani, they are disqualified from either being president or governor or senator or MP or women rep or MCA because they fail the integrity test or they fail all the other tests. And then we say, but this other person, this person has passed. Okay? So can we start from there? Rather than, this running around of saying that Fulani na Fulani, we think they can be good for this country. Because if we do not do that, and I'll tell you this for free, because we are now in 2025, we have approximately 2 years to the elections. Right. If we keep running around, conferencing and gathering around politicians who do not represent what we want, because that is a problem. That we have not, first of all, sat down and said, this is what we want. These are the ideas, ideologies. This is a blueprint of what we want for this country. As long as we have not done that, someone will always try to hijack the reformist movement. And how do they reform it? And how do they hijack it? You saw how they took up Molala, because they realized Molala poses a threat. And he has a grouping of young people. So they decided, wait a minute. If we have this young man in our corner, then we can bring him over and then tuongee mambo hivi vizuri tujipange. That is the problem of gathering around a person. We must not do that. We must be so ready to tell a person that, look, if you do not represent what we want for this country, tutakutoka sisi. Okay? We are not going to be led by you. We are going to be led by ideas. That is what we should be doing. Let's be led by ideas. Getting the person is not hard because we will just put them through the test. The same way that, as I said previously, that when you are recruiting someone, if you are HR, or even the normal small business person, once you know what you want in a person, and then you advertise, and then you put the qualification and the skills. So a lot of people come and apply. And then you interview them and say, I'm knocking out Fulani na Fulani na Fulani because they do not meet this test. And then you have like 2 or 3 candidates, and then you call them again. You take them through another interview, another test, and then you keep kicking out people who are not qualified until you get that person who ticks all the boxes. The problem we have, so that I give the mic to Captain, is that rather than develop that, that criteria where we will judge people against, rather than do that, we are learning, discussing people and listen, people.
Individuals can change any one day. We need to know that. Personality, people, politicians, they can change in a day because they are looking at their interests. But ideas will always be there, and that is what we should pursue. So let's start. Let's start with what we want and how we want this country to be run. And then we say, let's call these candidates, and then we interview them as the voters, and we keep kicking them out until we get the right person. Thank you. Captain?
Okay, Captain, alafu Banya.
Dawako umenifinya sana lakini sawa.
Ulikuwa huku around, tulikuwa nakuita huko hapa. Let's go to Captain.
So watu wameongea vizuri, everybody wants change. And I want to repeat the point I said earlier. All those people who want to join us to remove Kasongo must come with clean hands. The young people, the young patriots who went on the street on 25th June and even lost some of them, that was a permanent marker to tumechora on the sand. We are not going below that. That is the golden standards. We went there for a reason. So anyone who is interested in removing Ruto from power must have something else. We are removing Ruto, then what? We are coming together, then what? Doing what? If we are coming together to transform this country, the way E has just told you in a very simple format, we must agree on a very clear game plan, because we want to transform this country. We want total overhaul, not only of manpower, because Ruto represents manpower. We also want to reform the system. Do the people who want to unite with us to remove Kasongo, are they on the same page as us? Do they want to reform the system? Do they even understand what's wrong? This is the conversation we want to have with these people. This is the conversation we want to unite under. These are the things which we must only unite under if we genuinely want to remove Ruto, because it will be a waste of time to say you are uniting, removing Ruto, and replacing another clueless person. There may be a case put that maybe Ruto is incompetent, yes, 100%. Ruto does not have an ideology, 100%. But maybe also the systems that are in place are perpetuating the incompetence, are perpetuating the lack of idea, how to run a country or govern a country. So these are the truth. Now that is how you come truly to transform this country. My friend, we also know that. But this unity must be built on a proper foundation of why we want to take Ruto home. Why? And that why should answer of yes, we are taking Ruto home, the manpower. Then what next? The system. How are we dealing with it? How are we addressing it? Ladies and gentlemen, patriots, that is how you change this country properly. I end my statement there.
Thank you. Captain, alafu Banya. And Captain akishika mic, members, support our platform na hata hiyo kadata kidogo na ambayo you see on the screen. We will appreciate Captain. Banya, Sebi amerudi. Yes, tutapatia Sebi from there.
Tony, thank you for that talk. Dawak, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Yes.
Data yangu. Before tuanguke.
Bado hakuna data imeingia. Roripate, hebu angalia account yako tena.
Mimi nilituma credit direct.
Oh, credit direct.
Oh. Yeah.
Confirm 400. Confirm 400.
Banya, not yet. Captain, back to you.
Thank you very much.
Confirm.
Thank you very much.
Back to you,
Captain. Tony, I appreciate your talk, son. And I love when you talk, and I'm going to listen very keenly. Owen, my brother, thank you for being here. I appreciate learning more about wengi. For me, I'm not going to touch any individual, but I'm going to say this. These people in Tukanao side is like we are having two legions. We are having the old people, the rich people, and the poor people, the Gen Zs now. So people say wamaza regroup since 1963. The same heads ndio tunaziona saizi zinaanza regroup tena. We have been laughing very hard how Uganda, they normally do their business. They have been having one president for the longest time. But hata sisi tunafaa tujicheke, because we have been having the same leaders since 1963. So wajinga ni kina nani? Wajinga ni sisi wote. Now something which has been eating us, it is religion. Religion has mocked us. Religion has made us to fear. Last year we had a chance to change this country. We had a big chance to change this country, but what happened? Because we had fear in us, the one which has been created by religion, ilifanya tuka pull back. And this was a shame to us, because sahi everything has scattered everywhere, but still for 42 years. Albania, the same problem they had. Mexico, they had the same problem. For us to change this country is so easy. Even tomorrow, if we say that we are okay, we want to take all these people home, we can, as long as we are ready. We are ready to go back on the street. Everybody's ready to go back on the street. We can send these people home. As long as we don't have the fear, as long as we don't have religion in our mind, we can take these people home. But now we need to focus and we need to strategize. When we go back on the street, what are we going to do? What is the plan? Because tukisema sahi tunangojea 2027 about the election. Are we sure election itanafanyika Kenya? We can see most of the government institute, all of them, they are corrupt, they are being manipulated. Sahi, the government is holding a gun on our head. Na sisi tumeshikilia Biblia kwa mkono. Tunasema Mungu atusaidie. Who is a fool here? We are the fools. We need also to have a gun. When the leaders they are holding a gun, we have the same instrument. Don't fight a gun with a Bible. We need to change the mentality. Now, na last time nilisema, today we are suffering, but our kids, vilembe vyetu na vijukuu na vileme na vilembe kweze, they are going to suffer more if we cannot change the situation today. Whatever our grandparents did, sisi ndo tunaumia sahi, but we need to sit down, we need to focus, and we need to change everything. To send Kasongo home is so easy. Si kitu ngumu. Even today we can see some few of the army wame group pande ya kwake, but to send him is so easy. Si kitu ngumu. But what about the policies? The policies zenye zetu zina to govern. What about the policies? We can put a dog on the hierarchy as a president, but as long as we have the best policies in this country, can work. Kama sahi mnaona Trump anazoongea trust zote, but because America, they are having the best policies, system are still working. This is what I say to make a compromise. We need to pull back, we need to sit down, and then we need to focus. When we go back down on the street, we are ready to do everything na hakuna kurudi nyuma. Hii mentality ya kusema ati jioni tunarudi home, this nonsense should stop. If you are going back to on the street, you are going to clear. We had a motion, kama ni kuterminate, tunaterminate. Until all these people, they have gone home, that is when we are going to say everything is done. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Captain. Captain, nimeona namba yako, nitahakikisha kwamba pia umejoin hiyo group. Hii nilikuingiza hapo, ndo policy na blueprint tunaprintia hapo kwa hiyo group. So usiachwe nyuma kama uko hapa. Manze tu join watu wetu. Wacheni tukue kama sisi. Wacheni tuchukuliwe na hawa watu.
Na watu nyama vijana ama kuna wengine wako excluded.
Wacha nikwambie, as long as wewe si supporter wa current government ama hiyo position yenye najitengeneza, tumekukaribisha. Kuja tuungane sisi wenyewe. Kama ni political party hapo kwa hiyo group tunaenda kupangana, ni yetu tunatengeneza hapo kwa hiyo group tutaongea. Kama hii next week yenye nataka timu ya kina Tony tupatane na hii yetu ya Fagia wote, tufanye press conference ya kudisassociate ourselves na hii vijana imekuwa ikitumia hii movement yetu. Hapo. Tony, back to you, alafu Sebi nisikie Sebi anasemaje, alafu sasa mkaribishe mzee Banya.
I just wanted to make it clear. Mtu kama Honorable Owen, these are very progressive people. Ni venye they anakuanga a bit salty while tukifinya mtu wake anaonanga ni kama we are partisan, ni kama tumeandikiwa check kutoka wa Munyoro Farms and Company. Us, we are for total overhaul. Nothing more, nothing less. Kama itakata wa Munyoro ikate, kama itakata Matiang'i ikate, kama itakata baba akiwa Poda Farm ikate. That is now true.
Haja yetu ni Kenya.
That one is true revolution. Ukiona tukifinya pande moja, usisikie uzito. Unajua hapa hivi ni wembe, saa zingine wembe hii side nyingine ni sharp kushinda nyingine. Sasa mwenye amepatikana wa kwanza nayo.
Hapo sasa.
Okay. Now, can I share my experience now?
Mbona hujajoin wewe? Umeacha. Okay, Banya or Sebi mwenye atachukua mbele, haina shida.
No, I'm ready.
Sebi, you can have a mic. Banya ajipange juu akona vita hapa na Wakenya wanasema ameingia kwa Zakayo. Sebi.
Okay. Thank you.
Of all people, me.
utajitoa
Banya
hapo.
utaongea
Kila mtu
next.
amejaa kwa inbox anasema banya. Sebi kwanza ongea, alafu Banya akuja tupigane hii vita.
Mimi nimemshuku kwa pande wa
Sasa
Munyoro.
naenda kuongea alafu Owen
Sasa watu
anataka
wanasema wa Munyoro,
Owen
wengine wanasema kwa Zakayo. Haya, hey, Sebi, wacha niongea alafu you come back.
mbona na nilikuwa nishaanza kuongea, so you just be patient.
Haya, Sebi, go ahead my
Thank
brother.
you. Thank you. Okay, thank you people. I've been here since 5. Kuna opinions nilikuwa natamani kucounter sana but nilikuwa on commute so singeweza kuongea the time. So nikifollow hii live, I think mse mwenye amecatch attention yangu sana, mwenye na feel ako progressive, I think ni Tony. Captain Ibrahim Traore anasema one progressive thing, then anasema another backward thing. Anasema one progressive thing about Kenya, then anaenda kusifu Naibu Bukele wa El Salvador, mwenye ni mse backward tu kama Ruto. Anasema one progressive thing about we should run Kenya, then anaenda kusifu Donald Trump, mwenye ni mse backward, mwenye yeye ni one of the people mwenye tuko kwa hii shida in the first place. Okay, so point yangu ni nini? Point yangu ni about progressive politics. Na ningependa kuambia, I think atu interpret problem yetu to its logical conclusion, tuna interpret only half. Kama sasa nikiuliza hapa, Tony nimesikia Tony akimention. Tony amesema Ruto si issue, Tony agent, Ruto anafaende. But Ruto si issue ni structural, issue ni systemic. Captain Ibrahim Traore amesema something very progressive. Tumekuwa na the same problem since 1963. Alikuwa Kamau Kenyatta bure kabisa, Moi amemfuata bure, Kibaki bure, Muigai bure, Ruto bure, au wote bure. So tunafaa to interpret problem yetu to its conclusion. Tukienda 2027 election, however much politician atakanika atakamkutoka noma, hata tokwa noma, ataendelea kurecycle hii system. Juu bado hiyo kambi ya British iko Batuk bado itakuwa, bado Manda Island base ya Amerika itakuwa, bado base ya Amerika iko Mandera itakuwa. Problem yetu sio ma politician, so ni part of the problem. Problem yetu ni neocolonialism. Hatuna national economy. Economy yetu iko run by Western finance capital. Iko run by Western monopoly capital. Ukiread finance bill, for whoever read that, na mwenye pia alipata chance ya kuread finance bill ya Uganda na finance bill ya Tanzania, close by close ni similar na finance bill ya Kenya. Hii na mean imetoka majuu Washington, imekuwa drafted huko ikakuja kukua shoved down our throats. Our politicians, they were only a mere tool of passing that finance bill. Ni the same kama ushaisoma that stupid sessional paper number 10 ililetwa na a backward person for whatever reason wa Kenya wanampenda, anaitwa Tomboya. Haina difference na hii finance bill. Unanipata? So our problem ni capitalism, neocolonialism. Na hiyo ndo tukiko kwa streets 25th June kwa wenye tulikuwa kama Tony hapa najua alikuwa. Wenye tulikuwa kwa streets, tulikuwa tunafight against your finance bill. Tulikuwa tunafight against neocolonialism. Mnanipata? So tukiinterpret problem, tunafaa tu interpret its logical conclusion. Na nimependa sana Ibrahim Traore amesema, tuwezi fight. Tunaenda street karawana tunapiga risasi. Yes, tunafaa to find militant ways za kucombat hii regime. So problem yetu si hizi mnaongea only half of what the problem is. Yeah, so hiyo ndo the first thing nilikuwa nataka kusema. Tuna analyze problem to its logical conclusion. Problem yetu ni colonial. Hiyo ni the second point nilikuwa nataka kuongea about tribalism. As much as society wana try ku avoid this story ama wana try ku sound progressive wakisema tunafaa tusiongee on tribal lines, na pia ndaongea kuhusu religion. Tribalism ni issue yenye inafaa iko hata na issue. Unajua kwa nini? Hiki kitu iko hivi. Muigai akiwa Kenyatta, Muigai akiwa president, Muigai si ni Msapere. As much as Muigai ni Msapere, hakuna interest ya Wasapere ilikuwa hakuna interest ya Wasapere ilikuwa met. Kuna rich Kikuyus, kuna poor Kikuyus. So this is to say that a rich Kalenjin, a rich Luo have more access to Muigai than a poor Kikuyu. Hata Raila kikuwa president sahi, kutakuwa na poor Luos. This is to say a rich Kikuyu, a rich Kalenjin will have more access to the president than the poor Luo. So tribalism ni an issue. In issue ya class struggle between the rich and the poor. Nanipata? So politicians wana understand kitu vizuri sana. Watatusiana social media, watatusiana. Kwanza kuna mseka asonge jinake Moses Kuria ndiye anakuanga na rhetoric tribal sana. Hata spew rhetoric tribal lakini kwa ground kuna some very very rich low friends wenye wanafanya no business. So politicians wana understand kitu vizuri sana. Tribalism ni kitu backward sana yenye inatumika ku divide the poor people. Tunafaa to unite as the poor people, as the poor young people, as the poor old people, turudi streets na tukipata chance ya kubea arms. Elective politics haitawahi tusaidia. Elective politics ya 2027 yenye mnaongea sisi tuungane tuback mse moja atakuwa swallowed into the system na endelee kuperpetuate the system. Lazima kuna bloodshed. Na hii bloodshed for the longest time imekuwa na side. So next time kukiwa na social upheaval kunafaa kuwa na funerals, but hizi funerals on both sides. For the longest time imekuwa na sides. Kuna the police na kuna the army yenye stand between us and the politicians. Wakistand between us, hatufai kuambia that you are peaceful. Tuna unleash militancy yetu as the masses. Sisi ndo wengi na hii country ni yetu. Tunafaa ku live in dignity. Wase wana suffer. Ukigo mtaani place kama Dhare, Kibera, Kayole, wase wana suffer. Ukigo hizi places Ocha, wase wana suffer. Mandera kuna crisis ya maji sahi. Governor Mandera kuna mansion sijui ngapi. Hii ni problem ya the rich and the poor. Yenu kitu mnafamu understand ni class struggle. Na hii class struggle ina go far beyond hapa Kenya. Ni western monopoly capital ndio ina dictate politics yetu. Yenu kitu mnafamu understand. Elective politics haitaitusaidia. Hata mpige kura aje. Nilikuwa nasikia Munyoro anasema MCA MP ndo focus MCA MP hataitusaidia. Tunafaa to overthrow this whole capitalist system na to build socialism, kwa sababu socialism ndio itaensure free healthcare for people, free education for people, na free housing for people, na people are living in dignity. Kenyans are not living in dignity. Kenyans are suffering. Yes. Na story ya religion, kuna wase religious hapa ni our heart, but no offense, religion ni tulimetumika for the longest time to maintain status quo. Religion is bullshit. All of you that are Christians, you're Christians because your great-great-grandparents walikuwa enslaved, walikuwa beaten, wakanyang'anywa shamba wakapatiwa religion. Hiyo religion haiko na mababu zako, ni religion imeletwa. So religion inatumika ku maintain status quo, imetumika for the longest time. In old Europe, feudal Europe, walikuwa wanasema hata church inakuwa run by the aristocrats, the kings. Bible lenyewe nasema ati sijui leadership is ordained by God. So mbona Mkristo apinge Ruto? Si Ruto is ordained by God. Religion ni one of the shittiest things in society yenye inatumika ku maintain status quo. So kitu hiko mimi na agree na Captain Ibrahim na Tony. Hii system ni total system overhaul na mnafahamu ku ready for bloodshed. Bloodshed ni politics pia. Venye tu ni politics with the gun. True political power flows through the barrel of a gun. It does not flow through the ballot. June 25th, hao watu walikuwa wameanza kuhepa. Tulikuwa tushafanya government kaku illegitimate. Waka resort to the barrel of the gun. So hata pia sisi next time unleash militancy. Militancy of the... So hiyo ni submission yangu. Thank you people.
Acha nimpige makofi kidogo hapa.
Sasa jamaa
hapana, wewe relax.
Banya nataka uingie, lakini
waje tu muda kidogo ndio.
Banya ingia alafu Rene. Reni uingie after Banya please.
Niwaje mtu. Kidogo.
Hapana, wacha Banya ingie alafu ingie. Yeah? Guys, mimi nataka kuambia hivi. Make sure umetujoin kwa hiyo group yetu. Sebi make sure umetujoin kwa hiyo group yetu. Hii mambo ni huko ndo tunapigania huko ndani kwa hiyo group. Tunataka tufike watu 100. Next week Tony nataka timu yako na timu hii yetu tunapatana tunafanya press conference.
Kwanza nimekanga kwa group ingine yake hapo na akanitoa but it is
namba natuma in the chat.
Banya. Yes, kwa hii namba nimeweka hapa kwa screen.
That's an issue Tony.
Hiyo yenu tutapigana huko nyuma nani Tony and Banya. Guys, tunataka hiyo timu ya kina Tony ya kikao na hii yetu ya fagia wote aka saa hii inaitwa fagia wote inaitwa Osha system juu hapo ndo tuko. Sisi tunafanya press conference wiki ijayo. Lazima tudisu na hawa watu. Guys, uko wapi? Ungana na sisi hii wiki ingine. Sisi wote tunatokea kufanya hizi press conference. Sisi hatutambui hawa vijana wenye wameenda kununuliwa. So guys, tupatane. Make sure umejoin your group. Juu hapo ndo tunapangia kila kitu. Tunataka tufike watu 100 ili tutangaze msimamo wetu na kwenye tunaelekea. Banya, back to you. Alafu utapea Reni, alafu Tony arudi. Keep tapping, send your request.
I am so proud of myself because of the patience I am gaining nowadays. Man, hey, I'm doing so well. Dawak, yeah. First of all, nataka pia, as we also do these political banters, I would want us to, this is my thought, mtu akikuja hapa, if you're in business, whatever you do, you can introduce your business, you say what you do so that we can support you. Having said that, tuko na plot ziko hapa Kitengela 7 that are remaining. The rest are sold out. They are going for 400,000 shillings. Ni 50 by 100. Unaweza book na 100,000 alafu we give you a repayment plan for 1 year. Alafu tuko na zingine hapa Malindi 100 by 100 going for 280,000 shillings. You can book the plot with less than 50,000 or 50,000. And then from there, tunakupatia plan na plot ya holiday ya Easter. Tutakuweka kwa SGR ama kwa Rosa. We go for 2 nights huko. The first night we arrive there, we can have fun, catch up, tuongee. Then the following day, tuende kwa shamba. Tuzione, you can book your plot there. The map is with me na kurushia una book na map yako. Alafu tunakaa huko 2 nights and then we come back. So utapata 2 plots, a plan na kaploti, all for 280,000. So you can talk to me. This is my backup account. Sijaingia na original account yangu. I really need to grow this account also. So thank you very much. So niongelesheni tuende nini? Malindi. Tony, kuja tuende Malindi. Kujeni tuende Malindi. We go catch up.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Kwani it's not at it, you have to be there Dawak.
Nataka they have to join us bwana. Twendeni waone. Huku kwanza ni kuona. Hiyo ndo kwanza, hiyo ni process ya investment. Kuona kwanza, usinunue kitu hujaona. Twende uone. Ikipenda sawa, ukikataa achana nayo.
You see how beautiful those plots are. Ever imagine how it feels good kukua na kamchanga kako mahali. Let me give you a small story. My grandfather many years ago, he bought some land in Kajiado. Very many years ago. Hata haikuwa na nini hapo. So sometimes back my fathers remembered they have some land somewhere. Wakaenda wakapata bado iko, documentation was right and everything. That is how we are farming there in Kajiado, and it was some good land, a nice huge chunk of land. So you can buy there na ikae hapo. You never know what life will turn out, even for your children, even for yourself. You can farm, you can do some. Kuna jeshi wako hapo, so security ni paramount. Shamba imeshika lami, alafu kama hauna plan, we go get to know each other hiyo Easter holiday. Tunataka pia those people, by the way Dawak, kuna wasanii wameniambia watakuja. They will come with guitars, they will entertain us there. So wenye wanakunywa kamunywe, so wanakunywa, then the following day we go, tunashika ploti namna gani, alafu tupande Nairobi sisi wote. Thank you very much Dawak and everybody. Alafu follow me on this backup account, I will follow you back. Dawak, the reason people are saying that niko 50-50 is because every time ukianza kuenda mahali, kuna voice ile inaulizanga, Haya, si tulikuwa tumezunguka hapa tukajipata tuko hapa. The reason I'm saying that the story of the children of Israel, they realized that they were going through same mountain for so long until Miriam, the sister of Moses, akasema haya, sinaona kipach kia nguo yangu hapa. We have been here before, guys. Haya, when we keep going round, and then they realized, haya, we have been going round the mountain for so long, such that, so that contrary voice, there are people waliambia Miriam, apana, wewe, tumekuwa tukiprogress. What I'm saying is that we cannot continue making the same mistakes over and over again. We have to learn from the mistake of, kuna kitu sijui nani aliuliza, hii group imewekwa hapa na dawaki ya watu. What agenda do they have? What ideology do they have apart from punishing William Ruto? Akina Gachagua, they all want to punish William Ruto. You know, the same sequence, the same cycle we went through ya kupunish Uhuru na Rao. And you know, most of you know, the other thing I'm being accused that is because I have a soft spot for Raila Amolo Odinga. Because I know I have democracy today because of Raila. I have a new constitution because of Raila. I appreciate that work. In fact, I keep saying, of all those octogenarian politicians we have right now, none of them matches the record of Raila. So when I speak about these things, people say, we unapenda Rao. We are doing away with those men. Nikisema William Ruto, all people are ganging up to repeat the same mistake of Ruto must go, and then we go back to the cycle of complaining about the economy, about socio-economics of this country. Then we find ourselves, we have repeated that mistake. I'm telling the rest of the country, do not repeat the same mistake. Wakikuyu wanapenda sana kupanish mtu, alafu wakisha punish mtu wanaanza kulia tena. Tulipanish Uhuru, sasa tunataka kupanish Ruto. Yes, tukipanish Ruto, from there, what's the ideology? Who is driving the ideology? So mi tukiangalia na akina Dawak na the like-minded, tunasema the people who can change this country is only us. We stand up and be the change we want to see in this country. We stop delegating that change to these octogenarians and these old politicians who have been in the system for far too long without any tangible result or anything substantial that has changed this country. So mi naambia wase, divert from this issue that we just want to punish William Ruto, and when we punish him, with who? So let's come up with an ideology. Na mimi yetu tunasema a working economy. Pagia wote. And mine, I am saying, even before we do an overhaul of all politicians, we need a mental overhaul. We must challenge the elephant in the room, and the elephant in the room is our mental faculty of how we elect leaders. That is called the election process, the mental, because all these leaders are a representation of who we are. I have said before, and I'm on record saying that I am glad that we did not succeed to throw William Ruto out of power through the street. Because should we have succeeded that, we would have gone back to the same system. We have had a chance like never before in the history of this country, where collectively we have done a civic education like no any other time in history. TikTok manze imekuja imetusaidia. We are speaking about, changing this country like we have never spoken. What if someone, I have asked the authenticity and the genuineness of that maandamano, because I have said personally from where I'm seated, if it was not an act of God, someone powerful, some powerful entity must have planned that, and they had a reason for planning that. What if tuliingia mtego yao kama hatujui, if it was not an act of God? So for whatever is worth and for whatever reason, we have had some beautiful times since June last year. We have had to do crazy civic education, which some people have been abducted, some people have been killed, they have paid the ultimate price for saying things that should not have been said when everybody was scared. So I am happy that we are headed somewhere as a country. And who is going to be that change? It is not these old people. It is not the politicians people are looking up to. It is me, Tony, Dawak, Captain Traore here, Sebi. These are the people we are saying, believe in yourself. And if you think we need money to change this country, then we are not mentally liberated fully, because these politicians, all they have is money, and this is the money they loot against us. The last 2 days I've been talking heavily about religion. It's only in Africa that we build more churches than factories, and then we go to those churches to pray for jobs and then we complain that there are no jobs. Can you imagine mtu mmoja wa hizo kanisa akipata job moja wanakujanga kutoa ushuhuda every Sunday. Akipata kazi inakuanga ushuhuda, it's a testimony, and everybody from the pastor will congratulate you, they will go wild from your family all the way to your church that umepata job, because from that one job you can imagine how many people will be fed by that one job. That is the country we are talking about. Ati Dawak saizi tukisikia amepata ka job, all of us will celebrate. Why? Because we know Dawak, so hiyo mshahara itaanza kutufikia. But imagine other countries with grown-up men and women just like us, they import labor. They import people to put in their factories. Why can't we do that? Nini hatuna? Ni makenda hatuna, ni akili hatuna, ni mikono hatuna, ni numbers hatuna. What don't we have? You can see, I think it's Sebi who have said, we need to start doing more of less, we need to do less of religion nowadays. We need to do less of churches and start building factories. Imagine an entire president giving 120 million to a church instead of something like giving that money to young people to do processing, to do manufacturing, ama kulipia hata bills. But he want to continue building more labor camps for people because William Ruto or politicians will benefit more with religion more than they will benefit with people who are working. The more they cut our hands from production na tunajazana kwa hizi kanisa. Did you see that picture of those people clapping like mad people wakisikia at 100 million has been pledged? Yani when you think about those things, unaona we still have a long way to go. So what is our biggest duty here right now is do something called mental liberation of the people through the civic education we are doing. So mimi msikiniambia mimi ni mtu wa Raila ni sawa, mkiniambia mimi mtu ni wa Ruto sawa, mkiniambia mimi mtu wa Mnyoro ni sawa. But my point is I am saying fagia wote. And nawauliza tena, okay, tutapanish Ruto, alafu with who, how? And then from there we come here, we start complaining, oh, we should have known akina Munyoro had not done anything for this country. Oh, akina Kalonzo have been in the system for so long, they never did anything for this country. But all these politicians are doing, they are regrouping to help us punish William Ruto so that they can get into the system. They don't have an ideology or the capacity to transform this country. Today, I would rather elect E as the president instead of these old people. If Dawak can vie as a president, mimi I can assure you, mimi ataanguka hata na kura yangu moja, because that is where my faith is. So Osha system, fagia system. Yes, so we don't need to repeat the same mistakes of punishing a politician when politicians are regrouping and then we go back to start complaining. Apana, we have done that. We have gone around that mountain. Haya, tumekuwa tukizunguka huu mlima for so long. It's time now we go to Canaan, the real Canaan. Na hiyo Canaan lazima tuiachieve kwanza kwa akili so that we can now manifest it at the ballot. Thank you very much. I digress.
Dawak, can I speak? Reni, and then
okay. Thank you for today. You give me opportunity. You discuss about these are our leaders. So sisi tumekuwa watu tu, yani lazima sisi tukae kuchipanga mapema, because awezi kesho I was coming tena to strict sijui watu auliwe vile hiyo government anaendelea. So nasema wa Kenya aone vile kitu ata change hiyo my country, kwa sababu ukiona our leaders anatumia vijana vibaya, kwa sababu kesho sisi tutarudi strict tuseme ati sisi tulikuwa hivi tuwe watu wa kujanganya tu akili zetu. So lazima sisi tukae kama sisi tumejuice the right place hiyo vakia yote. So lazima sisi tufakie, kwa sababu wezi mtu saa hii ukuje useme ati wewe una support hii alafu kesho sisi turudi kwa tulalamike. Hiyo kitu hiyo tuache hiyo. Na lazima tukae chini tuwe watu wa kukaa pamoja. Tukiamua kitu tufanye kitu kimoja. Tuwe watu ukisema kitu tukubaliana. Kama hiyo generation, kwa sababu ukiona saa hii sisi tumeumia sana. Kwanza hiyo generation hiyo ya Gen Z tumepita challenges nyingi sana. Ukiona watu wameteseka na maisha ni Gen Z. Kwa sababu gani? Hawa anarudi kwa street kutetea haki yao, lakini kufika huko anaenda kuuliwa. So lazima sisi tukae, tuwe watu wasitumie vibaya, tuwe watu kukae pamoja, ndio sisi tusonge mbele, kwa sababu hiyo generation ameuawa. Hakuna mzee ameuliwa na kafameni yoyote. Ukiona hizo watu wote ameuliwa, ni generation ameuliwa, na sisi tunaingia kwa street kutafuta haki yetu, lakini kufika huko haki yetu ni risasi. Sasa hiyo sio kumaanisha hivyo. So lazima sisi tujipange mapema, tuone leaders wenye sisi tutajakuwa leaders mzuri, ndio atasukuma hiyo Kenya mbele. Kwa sababu ukiona hao watu wote hako hapa, kesho hata watu wanaanza keukia sisi, tuwe haite vile Kasonga anafanya sahi. So lazima tuungane, tuwe kitu kimoja. Hiyo ilikuwa hiyo, mimi ni kuongea hiyo tu, kwa sababu naona kitu amekuwa ngumu sana. Challenges amekuwa too much. Sisi tumetezeka. So to join hiyo mambo ya tufakie wote, kwa sababu mimi sioni muhimu mtu arudi 2027. Ati arudi kwa sababu amepatia hela kidogo ndio wewe utetee hiyo mtu. Sio hivyo. Thank you.
Dawak, can I take the mic briefly and
you pass to ABCD? Then from there, mic it will be free. Anyone anaweza chukua after ABCD.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dawak. I have some very few points to put across. Dawak, uko aje though? I hope uko salama. Dawak, uko poa?
Dawak uko poa.
Yes, niko poa. What about you? Welcome back.
Welcome ABCD.
Thank you so much. Nimepotea kwa sababu ya hapa na pale kazi bana. Una hustle hapa na pale, mambo ni ngumu sana, familia inakutaka, so you have to move. I want to talk about something here briefly about religion, and mainly just listen to me before I give out my point. This thing called religion, I think is something that we actually, when we are trying to talk about politics and trying to put across our points, I sincerely, actually from my heart, I want to just ask all of you that tusiongele stories za religion. Religion is something beyond human explanation, and we are not the first people to ever try put down religion. Watu wengi walijaribu kuua religion sana, wengi sana. You know, no one knows that watu Waislamu ndo wabaya, ama Wakristo ndo wabaya, ama wa SDA ndo wabaya, ama Catholics ndo wabaya. No one knows that. Sisi watu tuko tu hapo, we got it there and we try moving with what is available. Na ni ile tu sisi kutumia ile akili kidogo tumepata through masomo. You'll try to justify what you think you know. But the truth is that religion can never be justified. It's something that we actually found it there, and we obviously maybe we leave it here, or maybe we go with it. And wanasema labda Biblia itabaki to judge us. That is how it says. So I kindly ask you, tukiongea sana, we try and minimize on talking about religion and saying everything about religion, maybe killing. We have very few churches that are trying to destroy the truthfulness of religion. We have religion which are actually doing better. They're doing the right thing that the religion is supposed to do. But some few people who are actually doing this, kuna watu wengine wamefungua biashara whom we know. Na hao ndo sawa wanaharibia religion kila kitu. So tukijaribu kugeneralize kila kitu, tutakuwa tumefanya vibaya sana, na umejua hizo vitu sisi wenyewe we cannot actually explain. We found religion here, we try to explain it using our own minds, using our own knowledge, but obviously we found it here. Some people have tried to kill it. Watu wengi hata wazungu wamejaribu kuua, lakini waezi huwa, iko tu. It's still there and bado iko na nguvu. So I kindly ask us to probably just try and not talk about religion so much. My point is, I want to buy the points of Mbanya, story ya fagia wote. These politicians, hao watu wanatupima sigara sana. Because these guys are people who have benefited from this government for a very long time. Nasikia mtu amekuwa DEO, sijui amekuwa nini, amekuanga tu hivyo, sijui akakuwa kansila, akaendelea. Hao watu wameshindanga tu kwa hiyo system hivyo. So wanataka kuja watulazi. Sisi wenye hata tuna familia zetu hata tujui zinaendelea aje. Sisi wenye hata we don't even drive. We are just there struggling and struggling. They want to come complain to us and then they want us to help them. Yani tuwaonee huruma so that they continue benefiting from where they have been. Hao watu wameshinda kwa system for a very long time ago. Sisi wenye hatuna anything tunatumiwa tu hivyo. So mtu anakuja kama last time, by the way. Kura yenye ilipigwa hapa Mount Kenya last time, because I live in Mount Kenya, though I don't come from Mount Kenya. Kura ilipigwa hapa ilikuwa kura yenye ukijaribu kuambia mtu wa Mount Kenya kuhusu mtu mwingine, they will never hear. I'm not saying yo mtu mwingine alikuwa mzuri because hata ni useless. But ukijaribu kumwambia utashangaa sana. Wanasema ukimwambia huyu mtu mwenye mnasema acha niseme tu Ruto cause hata ndio shida. Ukimwambia Ruto ni mwizi atakwambia huyo ndo tunataka, huyo wetu ndo huyo mwizi, huyo ndo tunataka. So I think from 25th maandamano ya from June maandamano ya last year, saizi tumeshafunguka macho. Saizi at least tuko na akili ya kujua kwamba we are not supposed to run after politicians. They are supposed to look for us. Venye wanakuja wanaungana, alafu wanakuja saizi umeshatengeneza group kubwa. Hiyo group kubwa sasa imagine uende uingie kwa government. Huyu Ruto pia atakuwa tu part of that government. Si ati hatakuwa. Tutaenda kusaidia hawa wase kutoa huyo jamaa, lakini bado atakuwa hapo. What you wanted to be done will not be done. Akina tu Kalonzo hawa ni watu tu wa kawaida tu. Raila will still be there, Ruto will still be there. So we have to try and do it kama sisi sasa wenyewe. Venye tu Mbanya amesema. Sijui kama nyinyi watu mnajua venye kazi inafanywa hii Kenya. Saizi kazi hakuna unless you are an entrepreneur. Wewe mwenyewe tu ufungue tu biashara zako uanze kurun, labda hiyo uumie na huko. Lakini ati umetoka university unaanza kutafuta kazi, hakuna kazi yetu ufanye nini, utangangana because these guys are recurring workers. Actually, the time I was graduating in 2020 in JKUAT, there was a mzungu, sitaki kuname jina yake. Huyo mtu alikuwa amefanya JKUAT for a very long time. Na ako almost 100 years. Huyo mtu hajawahi retire. Yani anafanya tu kazi until akufe. They recur workers, unapata mtu anatoka, anaenda mpaka anakaribia kukufa, ndio anatolewa tu. Yani, but anaendelea kulipwa tu. Akitoka utapata amesha. By the way, ukienda kwa hizi manini, for example, hizi higher learning institutions, unapata mtu ametoka place lakini ameshatengeneza kijana wake ama msichana wake akuja replace hiyo. So anaanza tu kumnacha pole. Kama ameshafanya degree atarudia tu kwa hiyo university baada afanye masters akiwa hapo, then later on akuje tu ashikilie position na endelee tu kama tu place yenye babake alikuwa. So hakuna job kabisa. Sisi tuta struggle tukingangana, tunasaidia Gachagua atoe Ruto alafu arudi hapo aendelee tu na maisha yake kawaida. Kwa sababu even at now the way they are crying but these guys are rich. They are rich. Wanakula, they are driving. These guys can even, they are even flying. But for us, we don't have anything. But you are helping them. Tunawasaidia kukuwa na huruma. So we have to live alone. Mtu kama Raila, for example. Huyu mtu hata tunasema ati amekuwa akiignoiwa, amekuwa akikuwa ignored for a very long time ago. Venye Mbanya alikuwa anasema ati somebody who actually fought for multi-party. There's no problem, Mbanya. But if you are known to be fighting for something, you can never stop. You cannot tell me that umefika mahali sasa umesema ati sijui ni. Yes, he fought for multi-party. Yes, he fought for sijui constitution. Yes, he did that. But yeye amebenefit nini? Amebenefit nini from the people of even his region? Hakuna. You have to fight for something. Mtu mwenye amekuanga tu kwa government tu every day. You have to tell us what have you actually even done. Ni nini umefanya? Yes, umefanya constitution. Yes, umefanya hii, umefanya. Yes. Haina. Hakuna. You cannot tell me umekuanga tu opposition, you have been fighting for this, then simply because we have to recognize you. We recognize you to have done that. Then what next? Are you going to unite with the government so that are you going, for example, what happened last year? Uniting with the government so that people can be killed, so that you can get support from the government. Can you do that if you're actually a fighter? You cannot do that. If you're a fighter, you're always fighting for human rights. Alafu alienda akanyamaza na akanyamaza kabisa. Saizi ameanza kuamka polepole, ameanza kuamsha wale supporters wake wenye walikuwa wamepotea. Polepole utapata watu wameanza kumsupport. Baadaye utapata hii country ishakuwa imevunjwa kabisa. Na imevunjwa sababu ni yeye. Na akishavunja hivyo atakuwa ameshachukua watu sasa, watu washaelewa ile narrative yake ya kawaida tu ile ya makelele tu. And then we shall go. We have to get it right that the likes of akina sijui nani sijui what those guys were actually in the government, akina Raila, Ruto, nani, Uhuru, all those things zinafaa ziishe ndio tuendelee mbele. Kama hatuwezi fanya hivyo, there is nowhere we shall actually go. Tuta struggle by the most of us are struggling, and when you see the number of people who are struggling, there are so many. Watu wamesoma bwana, watu wameenda mpaka watu wameamua sasa, wameshafanya degree, wameamua sasa warudia di masters. Umeenda umefanya masters pia for the next 2 to almost, wanafanyanga masters almost even 5 years. Unafanya masters, unaamua tena hakuna kazi, ufanye pia PhD. Unafanya PhD alafu unakuja unachukuliwa na Ruto, unapeanwa kwa ndege, uende ufanye kazi pale Saudi Arabia. Guys, we have to wake up. Hakuna venye tutashinda tumesema ati he fought for multi-party. Yes, he fought for. Alafu what next? What has he done? Hakuna. Nini amefanya? Yes, he did this. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Hakuna mtu ambaye amekataa. What about it? Imetusaidia, yes. Alafu what about? When you tell me you're a fighter, you are fighting. You cannot stop fighting. You will always fight until you die. You fight to the end. You don't stop. And I'm actually saying this because I'm actually from his region. So mtu atasema ati I'm from Mount Kenya or I'm from what? I'm from there. I can even call him my dad, probably. But amefanya nini? Nikiendelea kumsifu hivyo na msifu, alafu later on my children will suffer. Kama mimi naumia saizi. Na saizi watu wanaumia saizi ni watu wengi sana. Watu walianza kugraduate from maybe 2014, 2015. From that time mpaka saizi 2025. All those guys don't have jobs. Hawana kazi. Wana struggle tu content creation, na hapa mtu anaingia tu hapa polepole, vitu kidogo tu, anang'ang'ana na hustle polepole. Hakuna kazi. We have to put an overhaul of everything. Ndio tuone kitu tutafanya. Otherwise tukishindanga tu hapa watu wa Mnyoro waende huku, juu watu wa Raila waende huku, juu nini vitu mingi hizi, tutapotea na tutakuwa wajinga na bado tutakuja kuwa ruled with the same people. So guys, let me mute so that somebody else can pick the mic. Maybe hii alikuwa anaongea ama Dawak, I don't know.
Okay, yes, I was trying to get the mic so that I wanted to bring up something that I had spoken about, and Banya had touched on it, about the ideologies that would want to run this country. And I had previously referred to the chapter 6 of the Constitution, because for me that is what I would want us to base the criteria that we're going to choose readers based on, so that when a person fails that criteria and then we still choose the person, then we don't come back here crying around the next year or in the next few years and saying that we didn't know. Because these are criteria and we can use it as a beginning point. So I wanted to refer very briefly to the chapter 6 of the Constitution, so that we will be, when we are having our debates and our discussions, we can be basing our arguments on those values. So first, so I'm referring to chapter 6, the Constitution. A very quick summary in about probably 5 minutes. That I give the mic to someone else. So first, the summary is the purpose of the chapter 6 of the Constitution. 1 is to ensure state officers serve the people, not rule the people. So meaning, if someone does not meet that criteria, that you are a state officer and you're not serving the people, you want to rule them, and unataka kuwatawala, then we must know that person is not the right person for this country. 2, to promote public confidence in the integrity of state officers. That is, the person that we want to put in office, and I'm not talking about just the president, I'm talking about from the MCA all the way up, that person must be able to promote public confidence in the integrity of state officers. That is, when we look at that person, we can say this person stands up for something. The integrity is not questionable. We know where they stand on public matters. 3, to prevent conflict of interest between personal and public duties. That is a person that we want to put in office. One, they have not done business when they were in office. They have not done business with the government when they were in the same government. Because if you do that, that is if you are a chief, if you are an MCA, if you're an MP, and then public, tenders ikifanywa, either wewe, mtoto wako, bibi yako, what, close relatives, they're part of the tendering system. There is no way an ordinary person like me and you are going to win, because those people are going to influence that tender. So we must make sure that this person has not done business again previously. If they were in public service, they were not doing business in the past with a safe government. And then 4, to ensure that state officers make decisions that are impartial and objective. That is, when this person is going to make a decision, they must do it in the public interest. Like, for example, we are discussing about SHA. The MPs, and some of them nasikia, ndio sasa wanasema ati waondoe Kasongo. The MPs who voted for SHA, did they do it for the public interest or for their own selfish interest? The MPs who voted for finance bill 2023, 2024, and then 2024, 2025, were they doing it for their interest or for their public interest? So the public officer, the person we elect, are they going to make decisions for us or for their selfish interest? In the past, the decisions they have they made them for the interest of Kenyans, or they have made them for the interest of their own people or their own stomachs? So that is the purpose of chapter 6. And then, very briefly, I will talk about responsibilities of the state officers. So the person that we put in office, first, are they honest? So we must examine this person. These people we want to put in office, all the way up from MCA to the president. Are they honest? Have they been honest in their lives? 2, are they competent? Are they disciplined? So second point, are they accountable to the public? That is, can we hold them to account and ask them, yesterday you said this. You said, serikali ni mbaya, imefanya hii na hii na hii. Kesho, umekuja kutuambia hapana, unajua ni sisi hatukuwa tumeangalia vizuri. Are they accountable to the public? Are they accountable to us? Can we question them? Because from independence, we've been choosing governments that are not accountable to the public. We must choose people who are accountable to us. It is we, the voters, who are the employers, not them. So the third point, are they committed to human rights and social justice? So the people that we put in office, are they upholding human rights? That when the Constitution says that every Kenyan, every citizen have the right to demonstrate, to picket, peaceably, unarmed, and present petitions, are they going to allow a person to go and say, look, SHA is not working, and present a petition to a state officer without being tear gassed, without being beaten, without being shot? 3, they must be patriotic. So they must stand for this country. And then 5, they must avoid favoritism and corruption. Favoritism and corruption. Those 2 things, that we don't put them in office so that they can give jobs and business to their families, to their communities, and to their close friends. Because the kind of leaders we have been electing from independence, they have been giving jobs and favors to their families, 2, to a clique of friends around them, and then to a few people from their communities. And they must be corruption free. So we must look at this person and say, have this person been corrupt in the past? If they have any issue with corruption, then we must simply say they have not met the criteria. And the last point, they must avoid compromising public interest for personal gain. So the person that we put in office, or the person we are thinking about, this person, in the past, have they compromised public interest? Have they done anything to compromise public interest for their own selfish gain? That is, kuna shamba ya mwananchi amejichukulia, ama kuna biashara amefanya fulani, as in, have they benefited from the public coffers in any way, whether it is tender,
whether it is kuiba mali ya wananchi, in any way, have they compromised public interest for personal gain? If they have gained personally, without nasio salary, if they have gained in any way from the public, then we must know this person, tukimweka kwa ofisi, they will steal more. So those should be, if we can make those as a guiding principle from chapter 6, that would be a very good beginning point. Thank you.
I request to talk. Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you for according me this chance to speak. Now, thank you for your submission. It's very beautiful ideas. But now I have a problem with your ideas because I think you're preaching a utopia that we'll never get to with elective politics. Reason being, when we, the masses, take a stand and say, this is the ideal type of politician you want, anybody can masquerade. And during the campaign period, pretend to be what we want until they get to office. So, what is my point? My point is, no politician will ever save us. It's not about how good a person is or how progressive a person is. It is about us, the masses, the people, overthrowing the oppressive systems. Elective politics, haitawahi tupeleka mahali. So rudi ku-elect. The masses are always reactionary. People are reactionary. Itafika time ya election, people vote, then kuna msee mwenye hata sahi umwambie nini, ata vote for Raila still, in the case atasimama. Ama ata follow the ODM line. Kuna msee ata follow UDA. Na unajua hatuwezi blame the masses kwa sababu our people have been kept in ignorance. Our literacy rates as a country ziko very low. Our people have been kept in poverty. Our people have been kept in ignorance. The prevailing ideas are not progressive ideas. They're the ideas of the ruling class. The ideas of Ruto. The ideas of Raila. The ideas of Muigai. The ideas of Kibaki. The ideas of all these backward politicians. Those are the prevailing ideas. Because the rich people have an hegemony over culture. They have an hegemony over media. They have an hegemony over the religious institutions. Me, as a poor working class Kenyan, siwezi enda ni influence the church. Nikienda ndakuwa, of course, mi si religious, but nikienda church, siwezi influence the church, ndakuwa a normal part of the congregation. But Ruto, boom, ameenda ka drop motherfucking 20 million in the church. So, what am I trying to say? Elective politics, it's idea. Our constitution is much progressive as it may seem. Umereference sana chapter 6, of which ni poa, but constitution yetu inasema kila msee ako na right ya healthcare, kila msee ako na right ya education. But hiyo ni arbitrary. That's just arbitrary. It's written. Utakuwaje na right ya healthcare na una funds za ku-access healthcare? Uko naje right ya healthcare na you're a poor working class Kenyan that has a job or does not have a job? You're a poor person. You'll die because you cannot access healthcare. Your family, your children will never go to school or will drop out of school at some stage because you do not have money. Nanyelewa. But here's the thing. Our country is very rich. Country is rich, full of natural resources that are being plundered by the British. They have a base around Utopia, but most of our mineral reserves are there. They're being airlifted by the Brits all the way to Britain. The political class, whoever is the politician, however progressive the politician might purport to be, will they take that base out? Our minerals will still be airlifted out. The Americans will still have that base in Mand Island, continue attacking the heroic people of Yemen and the people of Palestine. So our country is being even used for imperialist purposes to destabilize Sudan, to destabilize the Middle East, so that monopoly capital rules, so that the Americans, the British, the Israelis continue to loot from the Middle East. Our country plays that role because of our political arrangement, because of politics yetu venye iko structured. So mtu wangu, tunatrai kuwa show hizi story ya elective politics hatungoja hadi 2027. The next time kuna social upheaval kama venye ilikuwa June 25th, tunatokea si wote, na tunatokea this time si na placards, tunatokea for militancy against the state. Lives have to be lost. Tukienda peacefully, our lives are always lost. People on our side die. Last time, 25th June, we were peaceful. 60 of our comrades died. It was not even 60 because some girls were found at Kware. Some people are missing up to today. Next time, to a social upheaval, they also have to die. The people that shoot us. There have to be funerals on both sides. We have to overthrow this system. The system cannot be overthrown by the ballot. It can never. Whenever people want to get meaningful change, if you study history anywhere where people get progressive change, they fight for it. They do, but the ballot is begging. The ballot is begging so that we get good leadership. In fact, kila mtu anajua tunataka nini, tunataka free healthcare. Kwa sababu tuko na capacity ya free healthcare, tuko na capacity ya free education. Na nikisema free healthcare, free education, si some shoddy free healthcare, ama some shoddy free education. Ni quality mtu wangu, quality. Our country is rich, very, very rich. Mi kitu na emphasize hapa, nasikia mnaongea about ideology. Mnasema ideology, mimi sijasikia mkimention ideology. Mimi na mention ideology yangu, mimi ni socialist, I'm a communist. I'm a communist just like Bildad Kagia that fought for the independence. He was a member of KAU, Kenya African Union, and a member of the Politburo of the Mau. He later joined the KPU that splintered from KANU. I'm a socialist just like Pio Gama Pinto, the first political assassination in Kenya, the first martyr in Kenya. I'm a socialist just like Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, but his son Raila is a stupid person. I'm a socialist just like Achieng' Oneko. I'm a socialist just like Wasonga Sijeyo. I'm a socialist just like Makan Singh, the real people that mattered in this country, the real people that fought the true struggles of the people. So, hatutawaipata any meaningful change through the ballot. That's a reality. If you want freedom and you're afraid of bloodshed, then there's no freedom you'll ever get. That's a hard reality. So, koli yangu kwa msi yote kwa hii space, siwakatazi elective politics. Tutafika 2027, maybe tutakuwa na social upheaval. But 2027 ikifika, of course, try to vote for a person that is progressive. But whenever there's a social upheaval, go job, achana na kazi, endo saidia watu kuprotest, tuongu.
Bado unaongea?
Anet, I think there's a problem with his network. Wacha, let's welcome Bagadi.
Hey, naweza bonga.
Sorry, mnanisikia?
Naweza bonga.
I thought mlikuwa mnanisikia. Mnanisikia sahi?
Okay, welcome back. Then we pass microphone to Davis. Davis alafu.
Okay, sorry kama mlikuwa mnanisikia, but points nilikuwa na try kuconvey ni sorry, sijui mliniluzu wapi, but point nilikuwa na try kuconvey ni tutaipata meaningful change through elective politics. Mnafahamu kuongea about the constitution, our constitution as much as ni progressive, ni arbitrary. Ukiambia mse uko na right to healthcare, una do utapata healthcare. Ukiambia mse uko na right to education, ana do utapata hiyo education. Hizo ni vitu arbitrary. Na mna play the same game, mkimention the constitution juu ni arbitrary. Elective politics mkidai leader mpoa, that's arbitrary. Ni concept tu mna imagine. hii freedom tunadai sio nenye ndo utaipata, na utaipata through struggle. Na hiyo struggle kuna sio utadai. Hiyo ni fact. Freedom inakam hivyo. Some people must pay the ultimate price. But question him, will you be at the front line? Will you be willing to die for the masses? Hiyo ndo ni hivyo tu. Hakuna kitu kingine. Yes, thank you.
Can I come in?
Yes, so hello guys, thank you kwa hii chance. Nawasalimia wote. So mi nitaanza hivi kusema story. Kwanza nitaongelelea history ya religions. Kirudi kwa Bible for example, Bible haijai ambia mtu afanye vile sasa president wetu anafanya, anachukua pesa yote anapeleka kwa churches. So tukirudi side ya kusema makanisa nini, tujue ni kama tu katiba. Wakati unarudi kwa katiba, saizi hizi vitu zinafanyika zote, katiba yetu haina shida yote, wanageuka katiba. Unaona kama sasa ishi ile pesa yenye imechukuliwa pale haijulikani ilienda wapi, wakufuatilia katiba vile katiba inaelekeza. So stories za church tukiaddress, tunafaa tu address ile church, sio about religion. Because ukiangalia mwanzo, hata sisi wenyewe kizazi vyetu kanisa ilikuwa inawalea vizuri. I think hizi vitu zimeanza tu kuharibika vile wanasiasa wameingililia. So ukiangalia vizuri unapata Bible haina makosa yote, religion haina makosa, ni some churches. Because even a thief anaweza enda fungue kanisa as a business. So tunafaa tukiaddress, tunaendea hiyo individual. Kama ni ile kanisa imechukua pesa, kama yenye huyu msee alikuwa anatoa do juzi, hiyo ni makosa. Inafaa tuende hiyo pesa kwa hiyo kanisa. Na tusianze kuhukumu tuseme hii no imetulea. Na Bible iko wazi, imeelekeza. Same na katiba. Haya. Juzi nilikuwa naangalia stories za Vision 2030. Kuna mahali nilikuwa napita ile side ya Kenyatta. My friend, unaona choo imejengwa, imeandikwa Vision 2030. Hiyo choo imejengwa kwa barabara. Hiyo barabara, hiyo place imejengwa, ukiangalia ni place inafaa ijengewe kama ni stage ya magari. Msee amejenga choo, anatuambia choo imeandikwa Vision 2030. Hiyo ni kufulu watu. Cheza na pesa za Kenya. Hiyo barabara yenye ameweka hiyo choo, barabara yenyewe ni mbaya, imeoza. Badala repair hizo barabara ama jenge barabara, ile ushuru tunatoa, tuone pesa yetu inaenda mahali fulani. Ametujengea choo, unatuandikia kwa choo Vision 2030. Hiyo ni ujinga. Tukirudi kwa Kenya, still be bado na laumu wa Kenya. Wewe unaona mtu ni mwizi, unaenda kumvotia. Sababu ya ukabila ametoa 200, unamfuata. Wase wetu wa ndudhi, kwanza wanapenda kutumiwa sana. Mtu anapatiwa kitu kidogo 200. Kesho unaanza kuteseka, unaenda kwa hosi huwezi tibiwa. Unaanza kulaumu, huyu mtu amefanya hivyo, na ulikuwa unamchagua. Ile siku nitaona Wakenya wamefunguka macho, ile siku nitaona hizo mkutano zenye wanaitisha, hakuna mtu anaenda. Saizi jamaa anaenda anaitisha mkutano, unapatiwa 100, 200, pesa yenu inaenda inalutiwa. Unampigia makofi. Unarudi kesho, huyu jamaa ameiba. Ni hali ulikuwa unamvotia. Wewe ndio ulienda hapo kumshangilia. Unampatia psych. Jamaa anaona hii pesa hata kama anakula anapewa psych. Wako hapo wananipigia makofi. So hii kitu inanidi mtu kujitolea. Yaani wewe mwenyewe useme kama ni no, ni no. Siku kuja hapo unatuambia niko side ya Raila. Niko hii side nyingine. Msa ameshiba, ako na pesa na bado anaendelea kupewa pesa. Akiamka asubuhi hivi anakuta pesa imefika. Na mbuta utanisupport. Wewe bado unasema niko side ya Raila. Na wewe bado uko na miaka ya kuishi. Na vizazi, kuna watoto nafaa tuachie nchi yenye tuliachiwa na mababu zetu na mababa zetu, nchi nzuri yenye tunafaitia sahi. Watu wangapi wamekufa? Wamekufa in the name of Raila. Wamekufa in the name of Ruto. Wakiandamana wakitafuta haki yao, wako wamebeba silaha. Alafu bado unakuja kuniambia niko side ya msee naenda kumvotia. Hao leaders wote wenye wako hapo hakuna kitu watatusaidia. Kitu itatusaidia ni sisi wenyewe tukatae kwenda hizo mkutano zao zenye wana Twitter. Unasikia msee kwa mahali fulani watu wamejaa. Mpigia makofi. Mmesahau ameiba, ameleta pesa kwa hiyo church. Hiyo individual, hiyo kanisa, unampigia makofi, unatoka hapo unaenda kulala njaa. Wako aendi shule, huwezi tibiwa. So hii kitu ina need sisi wenyewe tuamue ni no. Hata si lazima useme street inasaidia. But si lazima ukianza kususia hizo mikutano zake. Usiende hizo mkutano. Haite mikutano, hakuna mtu anaenda. Itajulikana, ataanza kusense ni kubaya. Igoma kutumia hizo vitu zao. Wako na makampuni ngapi? Makampuni mingi sana in the name of what? The name ati anafanya maendeleo na ni ushuru yetu analut. So
Davis, just to add on, nilikuwa najaribu Davis, ukiendelea nilikuwa nauliza kama siku moja tunaweza kuwa tuna hashtag inasema tukose kuenda hizo mikutano za politicians, mostly mahali penye Ruto wako ama anybody who is actually with Ruto. Ukikuwa na hashtag kama hiyo, by the way, najua watu wengi at least wanaweza punguka man. Wanatuboingu ukienda wanaanza kuklapia mtu, wanamklapia alafu anatoka ameiba, anafurahia.
For me, I wish to differ with you, Davis and Absa. Ikifika ni wakati wa religion, mnaingiza baridi sana. Mnafaa mkumbuke Malcolm X aliongelea about watu kama nyinyi. Walikuwa wanaitwa the house negro na kulikuwa na field negro. Field negro huku nje walikuwa wanajipanga, na house negro ni kama wale watu wenye wako religion ndani. Mkisikia pasa anawaambia tunaenda binguni, mnasema tutaenda binguni. Lazima ukufu ndo ende binguni. Mnasema ndio, tutakufa tuende binguni. Sahi mna behave the same. Thank you.
Captain, nikukate nikuulize swali. Una blame Bible cause religion. Kama ni Uislamu utapata ni Quran, kama ni dini ya Kikristo utapata ni Bible. Hakuna vile pastor atakwambia unaenda mbinguni. Wewe ndio utakuwa wewe ni foolish. Utakuwa wewe ndio fool.
Sisi tunalaumu watu kufuata religion blindly.
Blindly history ya religion. Kwa sababu nataka kuclear history ya religion na nikwambie tuna blame religion in entirety, kwa sababu religion ina preach subservience to the ruling elite. Religion in both testaments inakwambia who to enslave, how to keep a slave, and how slaves should obey their masters. Religion is the Bible yenyewe ina preach patriarchy. How women should be subservient. Inasema hata how if a woman should be raped and she's not married, si mwenye memrape si mwenye kwa makosa. It's a backward document that was imposed. It's a backward religion that was imposed on your grandparents through colonization. It is through religion that totally in your power. Religion ndo inatumika kukeep the ruling elite kwa power. Bible yenyewe inasema leadership is ordained by God.
Sabini kuuliza swali. Tusiingie kwa religion sana, but wacha
religion is backward and we are not debating that.
Acha nikuulize swali. Wewe kwa
saizi
no, let me ask you.
Unaogopa Davis?
Yes. So, where do you think the foundation ya nchi ni religion ya Christian? Wewe mwenyewe unafikiria foundation ya nchi ni religion ya Christian? Kivyako?
Na counter point yenu junini wa Kristo, na counter point yenu na Christianity junini wa Kristo.
No, mimi nilikuwa najaribu kurekebisha. Unaona, so for you for example,
this country is predominantly Christian.
No, listen to me. Unaona, nao saizi unataka kublame katiba. Unaweza niambia katiba ni mbaya ndio inafanya nchi iende vibaya?
Na sijasema kitu kama hiyo. Mimi naongelea religion.
No, ukiongelea religion unaongelea Bible. Sababu wewe ukienda kinyume na Bible, wewe ndio mistake.
Nimeongelea Bible nikasema Bible ina preach.
Wacha nimuulize swali. Sebi wacha hata tusiende mbali. Wacha nimuulize tu swali moja. Uliza. Jesus was from the Arabic world. The name Jesus, at least from the translation, it's Yeshua of which is in this region. I mean mimi niko Gaza. Niambia disciples wake kiaje anaitwa
Palestinian. Yes.
Can you explain that?
Sorry?
Yes. Can you explain the disciples of Jesus? Let Davis explain this. How comes the disciples of Jesus have Anglophone names? Peter, John,
David,
James, all those. Can he explain that?
Religion inatumika na the ruling elite hapa Kenya kutoka nyuma. Wewe unataka argument ya theology.
Wewe una blame one side. Una blame one side.
Unaleta argument ya theology.
Nilikuwa
See,
nikitaka
Hebu sikiza guys.
ili apate.
Unatumika na the ruling elite. Hiyo ndo point. Okay, wewe unataka kuderail kwa
Guys,
nini?
hebu sikiza. Guys, hebu sikiza
I'm
kwanza,
not
sikiza
derailing.
kwanza.
I'm just
Collins,
adding
kindly
it
mute.
up.
Guys, we are actually going away from the discussion. And one thing I've told you, we are not the first people to discuss about religion and win. No one will win here. So, tutaongea hadi kesho. There's nothing we shall going to win. I've told you, kuna kwanga na discussion everywhere, every street people are discussing. People are just, everybody want to prove a point on his side. And yet, hata you point and approve ajui. You know? And so no one will win this war. No one has ever won. Hata uko umesoma Biblia kufika, hata uko kuna kila. No one wins the story of religion. Kila mtu alipata iko na hizo rules. Maybe mtu kutumia religion vibaya ndio shida.
Kila mtu akupata religion. Christianity ilikuwa imposed kwa maguka zako through colonization. Na tukuipata ilikuwa imposed. Ilikuwa imposed. Na lazima tuyanmask. Hiyo ni problem kwa society.
Okay, You listen, please. Imposition. Okay, I'm not talking about in Kenya. I'm saying religion.
Listen when you ramble backward things. When you talk about backward things, I don't have to listen to you.
Just listen. Sebi, just listen kindly. I'm not saying about Kenya. Religion ilikuwa kutoka kitambo, even if it was imposed or what, I don't care. I'm saying religion ilikuwa hapo from hourly. From wherever it came from, I don't know. But it was there. And no one can prove that point. Hata umekuja juzi umesoma tu ukajua vitu kidogo kidogo. That is what you're trying to do. But even your parents are in religion. So there is no way you can come and try and tell us about religion or what. These things are there. We found them there. And they have been used. Some of them have been used well. Others have been used bad. And there's no way we can come and, just try to bring up something and, you mean, there's nothing about religion. Let's talk about how we are going to have a great country through actually our voices. When you talk about religion, we are going against the discussion because no one will win this war. I've told you, and
Sebi, you need to calm down.
When we talk about,
because if it's about religion,
you need to calm down.
Religion tunaelewa sana. Let me tell you something.
Religion is being used. When we talk about having a great country, we need to talk about religion because religion has been used by the ruling elite. Either to divide us or either to maintain the status quo. How did Christianity, to be precise, because even
Christianity, wewe unalala one side
for Christians.
Listen, wewe point yako, you hate one side.
Kwa sababu
inakuletea shida. No, you know nothing. Mimi, let me tell you something.
Na Ruto alitumia Christianity kuingia kwa power. Lazima tu mention, hatutalenga, tuta-mention.
Okay, Sebi, can we agree that all these people use religion, abuse religion to get what they want? The same way they can abuse atheism or Marxism to get what they want. So can we agree that the problem is not a religion? The problem is how people use it, because people can use anything. People can abuse anything. Can we agree on that? Because, when we keep fighting this, because I can tell you this, Sebi, I'm assuming you're an African like me, and I know there is African traditional religion. I don't think, from what you are talking, I don't think you subscribe to the African traditional religion. You subscribe to something else, which is actually from a foreign country, okay? Just a minute. So, can we agree on this, that even the African traditional religion is not better than Christianity, and even the ideologies we are talking about, Marxist, they are not better than what we have. So, can we agree that people can abuse ideologies or religion to achieve what they want? So, can we agree on that? So that we don't keep saying about that religion is not the problem. Religion is not the problem in this country.
I used to differ with you before you continue. I need to explain to you something. I need to explain to you something. It is this.
It's all right.
Religion and politics. They came from the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire used different terms, but they were meaning one thing. All religion and politics were fighting because of money. The Byzantines moved away and formed the Islamic religion. They were called the Bazanite
Okay,
people,
the
whereby
villagers.
they
So,
went and created their own
sauti hii
their
mambo
own
bana.
people. But on the
Guys,
on the western side, they went and started
guys,
and formed the Nika
guys,
Council and formed Jesus.
Guys,
My
Captain
friend,
Ibra, Captain
mimi, I think Captain
Captain
Ibrahim, let me
Ibra.
tell you, mimi nimekuwa kwa dini ya Uislamu sana, so you think usidhani ati mimi nikiongea hapa mimi ni mjinga. Najua hizo mambo ya religions zote hazina
But
mistake.
Islam,
Sisi ndio tunatumia.
na Catholic ni the same
We move
thing.
on. We move on. Twende kwa topic.
Ngoja kwanza. Islam na kwenye Islam wanafanya na kwenye Catholic wanafanya, it is the same thing. Hakuna kitu tofauti.
Excuse me, may I explain to you? Excuse me, letter E. I would like to disagree with you. I think maybe according to my consent, because I'm old, I'm not too young. But what I disagree with you, when you say religion has no problem, religion has a direct link to colonization and likewise to poor governance in Africa. When we are in Africa here, these people are simply doing what the colonizers do. And what the colonizers did was based on the Bible. So the Bible told us something simple. You find the letter that King Leopold wrote to the Belgians and missionaries in Congo that established a confessional system. So if we are planning even to go and occupy the parliament, we are going to be convinced to go to the church and confess. After confession, what will happen? Some of us will be abducted, some will be lost. Koitalel Arap Samoei was told to confess, confessional system that I'm talking of. When he went for that talk, he was shot dead because Koitalel was the most rebellious person in the Kenyan history. People like Kinjeketile Ngwale, and the same things are happening to us. So when the moment you have dived into the religion, you are going to be got, because you will open up thinking that you are opening up to God, but somebody else is using you. So why foreign religion? If I ask myself, I was baptized when I was young, so I did not choose to be a Christian, to be a foreign religion. So I'm just praying where I found my parents are praying. They imposed it onto me as it was imposed onto them by the white people. So why does my name have to correspond to the colonizer? If maybe I'm called Patricia. Patricia is an English name which collaborates very well with the British who colonized here. But then when I go to Mozambique, I'll get the same name as Patricic, something like that. In French, you'll get it maybe Patrick, Patriarch. So why does it have to collaborate one-on-one with the colonizer? So the religion has played a major role, and this is what our Ruto used to convince us, because he knew people believed so much in the Bible, and then he simply used the Bible to convince the congregation. We were convinced. He came to my church right at my home before in 2022 and produced the same money. The same Bishop Hanyolo, who is now in Nairobi, rejected a 5 million car in Kisumu, but that he was going to think was something like Prado. He rejected because the Catholic Church norms doesn't allow. We don't know whether he would accept, because they're just the same people. Whether it is a pastor, a priest, these people are the same. Their main aim is to win us for those politicians. But then the Catholic Church doesn't allow those things. When you accept such things in the Catholic Church, you forward it to the Pope. So you see, it is useless to the pastor, the priest. That's why you can see them forwarding them, they're rejecting. So if they reject, don't think that they're rejecting it. No. It is just because of the Catholic norms. So religion has played a major role. I tell you, I was enslaved in religion. I was a Catholic nun. I was with the missionaries. I realized that these people have little respect for the black, and therefore I left. So after leaving, I came and led my own colonization. So when you tell me that I cannot access SHA because I'm poor, it is true I cannot access SHA. I cannot educate my children because I'm poor, Davis. I cannot educate my children because I'm poor. It is not the same with Charlene Ruto. She can educate her children up to, I don't know, Roland, up to where? Thank you.
Rolly, to finish this, I think we go back to the national anthem of Kenya. It is religious. It was formed religiously. That's why we are under the matrix of the British.
Yes, we shall not win this.
Kindly dawatu ingia hapo.
Very serious debate.
Haya, wacha nikaribishe the villager na Wairimo, then conversation iendelee. The villager, good evening, welcome.
Good evening, Dawak, how are you?
Fine.
I greet
Karibu
everyone
sana.
here. How are you guys? I've been listening.
We are good.
I was listening
Exactly.
on my FYP until I realized we are losing the direction, and I had to send a message. Guys, let me make a disclaimer. I'm a theologian to master's level. And there are things that sometimes we disagree and then we agree later. But one thing that you can never agree, it doesn't matter how many years we use, it is anything touching on religion. It is a very emotive thing. And when you begin to discuss religion and the problems our country is facing, then I could have been listening to your very valid points. But then when you talk about religion, it is like you have now passed judgment on me as a Christian. And therefore, whatever I believe, you are attacking what I believe and you are mixing it with the problems you are facing in this country. Whereas it is one man who found something to use against the people. And unfortunately, that thing that was available to him at that particular time was religion. The Kenyatta and the rest who ruled us, they didn't use the religion to get to us. They used tribalism. Anyone who uses religion and another one uses tribalism, they are both the same. Another person will use lies and they will get whatever they want. In short, what I'm trying to say is politicians choose a weapon of propaganda, the one that will be best accepted by the people. And that will become their mantra. Look at what Hitler used. You see? So Hitler used swastika as a sign to make people believe in what he was talking about and the promises he was giving them. What happened to that struggle? It ended up killing millions of humans. I don't care what a leader uses to get to power, that is to him. But when we begin to discuss now things that are touching us individually, it doesn't matter how many things you say here, guys. You will not change my mind about my Christianity belief. Can we concentrate on what unites us rather than what divides us? Because Wairimo speaks about the Kikuyu culture and how Kikuyu culture was. I was listening to her, I think today or yesterday, when she brought up her mother, and she was talking about how her mother freed her from the inhibition that the teachers in school told her about sex and about she won because her mother had confidence in her and the mother removed that feeling of the shame. I listened. And I listened to her when she's talking about Gikuyu and practices. I don't judge her because we agree with Wairimo that this government needs to change. We need a revolution. We need a change of the leadership. And that what unites me with Wairimo is what I concentrate in. But because I know me and Wairimo, we cannot argue about religion and win. He believes what he believes, and I believe what I believe. It is same with Mbanya. Mbanya is my friend, but Mbanya attacks Christianity. We've never discussed about it. And I listen to him. When we sit, we talk about it. But one thing I will never engage him to discuss is religion. I cannot because we will disagree. But on the matter that is ahead of us, our country, saving it, redeeming it, bringing back our nation, continuing to fight Kasongo na Kaongo, we cannot allow a leader who is a liar, a killer, a murderer, a butcher, and using religion, then calm down and divide us on the basis of religion, simply because he misused religion. So you brand Patrick Mongera, and the villager here, I'm Patrick Mongera, that's my real name. You brand me now as an enemy of this country, because the way this discussion is going is like Christians are the enemy of this nation because we accepted foreign religion and we were indoctrinated and we are perpetuating that same religion now, and it is the one that Ruto used. I have no relationship with Ruto. I voted for him, but I don't support him. I have posted that we are going to occupy Jesus winner. I'm a theologian. I'm an ordained minister. I serve in church every Sunday. But when you do wrong, it doesn't matter who you are. You can be my fellow Christian, you can be my fellow brother, but when you are wrong, you are wrong. And religion, I can't judge you based on religion. Umefanya makosa alafu I ignore that. So what I'm suggesting is,
Villager, before you continue, I have a question. I wish to differ with you. Before you continue, I just want, mine is just one question for you.
We cannot argue about religion. What I'm trying to say is,
no. Me, I just have one question.
About something
I just have one question for you.
I have a question for
this one is for you.
I will not
history we learn about things. No.
I would.
You need to listen.
Let him finish.
Okay,
let him finish.
About how we are going to
just have a question.
About what we are going how we are
let him finish.
We want to just have a question.
Not religion.
Let him finish.
You to answer some question.
Let him finish then. Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
What I'm suggesting is this. Kindly, we cannot focus on what is dividing us. Let's focus on what is uniting us. That's all I'm saying. Thank you. Thank you for giving me yes.
So
can we ask you a question?
I have an immediate response to the villager.
Mm-hmm.
Captain, please let me respond to him because I have an immediate response to him.
Also,
What you are saying is that religion, we are not saying that we are divided along religious lines. What we are trying to say is that religion has been used
I'm
to
saying
maintain
is,
the status
the way you
quo.
are talking about
I will let you talk.
You are offending me.
You're
offending me.
We don't
I'm
care whether
feeling
you take
offended.
offense. Matters of national liberation does not care about your emotions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
What you are saying is that we are not divided along religious lines. What you are saying is that religion has been used. What you are saying is that religion has been used to maintain the status quo. Even now, you're trying to tell us we should not talk about it. It is the same way that a person was told, no, leadership is ordained by God, so you should not be against Ruto. We're not saying we are divided along religious lines. We're saying religion is used to maintain the status quo of the ruling elite. And also one thing that we must put across is that we will debate about any issue that we want, even religion, and you will not stop us. And matters of national liberation does not care about your emotions.
And
so
myself,
religion.
My principle is when you involve yourself in discussing and maligning my faith, I will be out of that discussion.
To hell with your faith.
Guys,
then to hell with your faith.
Members. Okay, let us not go that direction. Let's not.
I just have to say one thing, please. Can I say something?
Okay, sir.
Okay. A villager is no one who is trying to demonize religion in any way. What people are trying to delve in here is to try to find out and try to get the clarity of what is this religion that was brought to us that is making us even do some stupid decisions. We are trying to understand what it is. Because the people now have evolved. This sio wakati ule wa kitambo akina babaji walikuwa wanakuja wanaambiwa this is Christianity, take it as it is. They did not even think about delving on to understanding what is it that was brought to us. We are not questioning what you believe, but everybody here has right to try to think on his own and try to explain himself.
Okay, thank you. Let me also talk. May I explain that some of the things that are causing these social injustices, one of them is religion, tribalism, these things. So we are discussing them because we are looking forward to getting a solution. So we cannot sideline religion, as we are all seeing that is also a part of the problem. So Christianity and whatever foreign religion, even if it is African traditional religion, and is what is causing the problem, we shall see how to solve it. We have tribalism, we have nepotism, we have elitism, all those things, inequities everywhere. So those are the things we are trying to solve. So when we talk about religion, it's just like the same way we can talk about even tribalism. Thank you.
Okay.
By the way, guys,
So
may I just add my thoughts?
Yeah.
Let me just let me just add my thoughts. You see, for instance, like the thing that has been mostly demonized in Africa is our culture and our traditions. And some of us have had to listen to every single horrible thing, especially like being told, oh, your culture is demonic, or you're being tribalistic just because you like your culture. You people worship the dead. You people are backward. You people are this. You people are that. And starting my channel, I had to listen to all of that. In fact, I had to take it in. And then from listening to all of that, that's when I realized, you know what? Okay. There are some things that our ancestors did not do right. There are some things that they didn't do right. But what is the right things that they did? And I started to research about what were the right things that they were doing. And I didn't even refuse to showcase the bad ones. So from a perspective of, if we say, let's not talk about Christianity or Islam, then it means there are some things we will not be able to correct, especially those coming after us. So we have to talk about the bad that has been done in the past so that we can learn from it. I keep telling religious people, it's not about telling you to come out of your faith. No, it's about looking at what went wrong. There are so many lands that the church took from Africans, and we were colonized just because of religion and weaponry. People, Arabs having a bigger weaponry, pink men having a bigger weaponry, and then the pink men bringing a religion that wasn't even theirs. Haikuwa yao. So the Arabs and the pinks were able to colonize us because of two things: religion and weaponry. Now, if they were able to colonize us through those things, how can we learn from that? Even if, yes, we have accepted Christianity, we have accepted Islam, how can we now be able to change those things that they did that were wrong? Tutabadilisha aje so that we can move on. But tunaona tusipoongelelea, we will keep being in a cycle. That's why pastors are being greedy. That is why unaona bado Al-Shabaab wanafunzwa kuwana. If we say we don't talk about it, if like we say we don't talk about culture and everything, women are still going to go through kuenda kukatwa nini karongodho. Okay, so that's the thing. We have to talk about things so that we can know as Africans what can we do right. That's all.
So for me, I'm going to say this.
I think it's about. I think it's about trying to
let me
find
finish.
ourselves.
For me,
And we are not
I'm
trying
going to say this.
be against anybody.
Okay. For me, I'm going to say this. For us, we have read the history. We understand what happened in Rome, and so that whereby they came and created religion and their daily politics. And these people used to drink alcohol before they make any decision. That was their role in their government. But coming to Africa or coming to Kenya, if you see the things in Mount Kenya, what religion did to the people of Karatina, today, most of the people, they will not be in the religion. Because I know people who have read the Mau Mau book, they have understood what happened during the imperialism in Kenya. If the Ibea company, what were they doing in Karatina and other part of Mount Kenya? What they did to the men during that time under the religion.
Why?
And that thing was very, very bad. If you say that we don't speak about religion under our national anthem got a religious impact inside it. Same way, King Leopold II used religion to manipulate the people of Congo and chop them their hands and put them in Belgium museums. Why not? We need to speak about these things. Thank you.
The issue is taking accountability. not bringing hate. We must take accountability, and we must even let those who did wrong to us take accountability as humans.
Okay, to prove my point that religion is used to maintain the status quo, the villager, I think he said his name is Patrick, I don't remember his surname, but what he said, what basically is standing for, he does not want us to talk about some other things. That is what religion has been used to do. Like, for example, religion might make us not question the ruling elite because it gives them credibility. You know, there's some texts in the Bible that you cannot interpret anyhow. You interpret them direct. When the Bible says a leader is ordained by God, that might make a person not question the legitimacy of Ruto, because Ruto and his Christian apologist might show you that verse. The Bible also says in both testaments how to keep a slave and how a slave should be subservient to the master. That is something that is very backward, and we must call it out. So religion is very backward. It's not even about accountability. We are saying it as it is. It's very backward, and on matters of national liberation, we must call it out. One religion cannot dominate an entire country where people even have more than one religion. So Patrick or the villager, we are sorry, we have to talk about religion because it has been a tool to keep us in subservience. We must talk about it. We must deconstruct it, and we must call it out because it is backward. Thank you.
Good.
What you should be telling
Before I welcome Pro, Werimo kesho tunapatana nawe kule KCA Kitengela kule kwa 50/100 za Dawalands and Properties ambapo zinazangwa 400,000. So I'm sure that I'll meet you tomorrow. Hapo. Upo? Werimo? Okay. Back to you, Pro.
Oh, before bro, oh, Sabi,
it's about thinking critically about everything. Mfanya mpaka village amehepa.
National liberation don't care about one person's feeling.
Yes.
Feeling zake zikiwa hurt, acha aende. Kenya is bigger than
No. In fact, it's
Kenya
not
is
about
bigger
that.
than Christianity.
It's not about that, guys. Bro, there's something that ulikuwa unasema before nikaribishe maybe mtoto wa Nyayo.
My point is this: we as individuals, we need to be critical thinkers. For us to understand what is really going on, we must call out each and every aspects that we feel that is pulling us behind. Religion is one of them. Come rain, come sunshine, politics and religion, they go hand in hand. Okay? So we must distinguish both of them, because government and politics is meant to maintain the status quo, but religion comes and infiltrates the people and diverts the people's direction. Simply because we are all living in fear, and you know, fear is the beginning of every failure. So it's all about to be courageous and very informative. What the villager should understand: religion has been a tool from time immemorial, and it was meant for divide and rule. You see? And politicians use it as their vehicle to get to wherever they want to go. So we must stop them and tell them these are two different things. It's either you become a religious or you become a politician. Two things. So that's my view anyway.
Dawag, before we invite Dr. Wanyayo, I wanted to say this. If you see a country, yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay. Bagali.
Can I continue?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm happy that we are talking about this because I've been saying about this thing of religion for a long time. Because it seems like it has become a tool that even the politicians have mastered very well, and they have weaponized, you know, because in religion is one tool that is used to confuse the poor people. There is a hope somewhere. If I come with that hope, everything will be okay. You don't even have to work, you don't have to do anything, you don't all that. Religion is the worst thing we have in Kenya right now. Let me tell you. It is, I would say religion right now is worse than corruption. Right now, religion is worse than corruption because religion is the one that have made Kenyans elect one guy knowing very well it's a thug, knowing very well things he have done. The things Ruto have done, if you explain to normal person, you ask you, are you crazy? Why were you electing him? You know, so me, I'm happy now we are talking about this, and I hope we can continue talking about religion because I believe it's the worst thing we have right now in Kenya. We have seen the way these pastors are doing, Dawa. Kulikuwa na kanyari hapa na shika wanawake wenyewe matiti. And these people, they are poor, they just need hope. And they are going to charge to get that hope. In the process, mtu akona breast cancer amekufa. You know? So I'm happy we are talking about this. Na mtu mwenye nasikia umbaya tunaongea juu ya hii, wacha tu akaa hivyo. The work we have to talk about it because you know what? One thing in life, acceptance is the beginning of healing. We have accepted there is a problem in region. We have to know what is going on and we have to define ourselves. Wazungu walikuja wakan define us as people. Now this is the time, young people who are in this program, we have to define ourselves as African people, as black people. We have to define ourselves as who we are. Because if you don't define yourself, somebody else will define you. Okay? Somebody else will deconstruct you very well. And that's what happened. Wazungu walikuja wakaangalia hatuna msimamo, hatuna anything. They gave us this thing called religion. And even we didn't know what the hell was it. So right now, if we can get to understand what's going on in religion, I think it will be a very good thing, guys. Me, I'm happy we are talking about this. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wacha tukuje kwa mtoto wa Nyayo, alafu tupatie Werimu nafasi. Werimu ni mwalimu wa hii mambo ya sisi wa Afrika. Back to you, mtoto.
Asante. So, sijui nitaanzia wapi na hii debate ya dini. Wacha nifanye comparison. Let's go to Russia. Russia wako na Orthodox Church. Na they are staunch Orthodox. Huko ukiongea against Orthodox, hata Putin anaweza kukunyonga. You know the role of Orthodox in Russian politics, hata in declaring war, in legitimizing the state, the role of Orthodox Church in Russia. Kuna tofauti kubwa sana ya religion in Russia na religion in Kenya. In Russia, Russia is a state, an ideal state, a natural state. Religion in an ideal state, especially state yenye imetupitia colonialism. In Russia, wacha nizungumze religion in Russia. Religion in Russia is a
Mtoto wa Nyayo. What's happening? Okay.
Before Werimu aingie, I wanted to say this now. Sometimes it is good to understand the root of all of these things and why it's normally happened. Even today, we can see the Roman Empire still ruling the world. You can see it hata kama wananga majeshi, but they rule the world indirectly. Now they normally get funds and most of their funds, which they normally being supported by the Roman Empire, normally come from Africa, and that is a fact. Ukiangalia about the Bible, the Nika Council acknowledges the New Testament. Na mule mtu mwenye alikuja acknowledge this thing was called the King James. King James mwenyewe alianalyze his mother. Na sisi tuko hapa hivi, sisi tunasema hii kitu iko sawa. Na the same religion hii yenye sisi tuko nayo, hii yenye sisi tunatumia saa hii, tunasema ndio mzuri, au sijui ndio tulipata. The same religion, it belonged to the Masonic church. To the Masonic people. That thing belonged to them. You normally get all the funds from Africa in a fund everything in the world. Kufanya ma research ya hizo bacteria zenye wanafanyanga kila pahali. All the funds they normally come from here. Our country now, the moment Britain came and formed the Republic of Kenya and introduced the national anthem, you will find our national anthem imekuwa quoted with religion ndani, because us all, this water wa Kenya tuko under the matrix whereby hapo ndo pali the British Empire wanted us to be. And the moment we are going to come out is the moment we are going even to reject the national anthem of Kenya. We need a simple one. Ukiangalia countries zingine, ukiangalia their constitution is just like a page peke yake. Sisi tuko na booklet mzima, hata vitu zingine hata tuelewi ni vitu gani zitakuwa zimeandikwa ndani. Unaambiwa hii sijui hii First Amendment iko hapa, sijui kuna ingine iko attached to First Amendment iko kwa page 36. You don't understand. But ukienda kwa countries zingine za ziko Europe, they just have a single paper and you may constitute everything about their country. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Rimo.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
Kulikuwa na mtu alikuwa anaitwa E. Sijui mbona alishuka chini. He's very, very smart. I like the way he argues his points. So like unaona huyu mse amesema we are all under Rome. Unaona hata kanisa zenye zinakuanga ati ni hapo za kijiji tu. The system is the same. We are under Rome. The world is usually under Rome. Like I think we need to understand who rules this earth. And they don't rule it with an army. The same thing the guy has said. Kuna Royal alisema hata father wa kadho akichukua pesa, tuseme achukue 20 million, atapea Pope. Because Pope anakuanga, yani the thing is so, it's a rabbit hole. But then once you come out of it, you realize Mungu hapendi religion, hapendi hizo vitu mbili, hapendi. And the thing is, ni tujifungue macho kama wa Afrika. Sio lazima hata tuingie into culture, hapana. Mimi husema si ati muna replace, si ati ndio muingie hapa pengine. Juu hadi kwa culture kuna mambo mingi sana zina happen mbaya. I just want as Africans, we start to rule ourselves with dignity and wisdom. You get with practice. Juu tusipofika hapo, we will always keep lagging behind. That is that's my take.
Rimo, kesho unakumbuka tunapatana pale KCA Kitengela eh?
Nani? Wapi?
Wewe unakumbuka kesho tuko naye Kitengela? Yes.
Tunakutana saa ngapi?
Tunapatana, site inaanzanga saa 3. So kesho
tutaongea.
Okay, mtoto wa Nyayo. Mtoto wa Nyayo.
Sawa.
Tuko Russia. We are comparing between Russia and Kenya, the Orthodox Church. Alafu sasa turudi kwa pro adventure.
Yes. So
najua hiyo story jamaa amesema hapo Orthodox Church.
No. Let's hear from Toto, then tukuje kwako pro. Let's hear from Toto, then we come to you.
The reason napeana hii comparative ni kwa sababu nataka kukuonyesha ile tofauti kubwa na risk kubwa tuko nayo na dini compared to Russia na Orthodox yao. Hapa Kenya, anyway, the notion ya dini wenye walikame up na hii dini walikuwa wameitengeneza in as early as 13th century to 14th century. Walikuwa wameanza kuiperfect. Kwa sababu before that, coming all the way to 14th century, instruments za control every time Imperial British na Spanish na Portuguese walikuwa wana expand. Wakienda wakikuta communities in their nations, first nations, kama wameenda Japan, countries za Asia, kama wameenda US, walikuwa na instrument of control. Challenge kubwa sana ya kuintegrate na ya kucolonize hawa watu ilikuwaga either mtumie alcohol ama mtumie opium to destabilize societies. Because walikuwa wanajua once you break the culture ya watu, wa colonize ni rahisi sana. Na the main motive ya religion, the main genesis ya religion ilikuwa hiyo, to integrate communities into the political economy structure ya the colonial masters. It was an instrument of control, nothing more, nothing less. Once wame break the identity and the culture of the people, hizo vitu zingine zote zina fall apart. Example, Kabaka Mutesa tu akichoma missionaries huko, hakuwa anawachoma kwa sababu ya mchezo. Ni kwa sababu alikuwa ameona damage yenye religion inaweza fanya. Hapa Kenya, missionaries wakitumwa Kenya, walitumwa na one purpose. Me, I had a lot of time with my grandfather. He was old, nikifika 1816. He was a Mau Mau. Then I had the brother to my grandfather was a collaborator. Walikuwa wanaitwa Ngati. Lakini ni Ngati, tunaweza sema ni Ngati double agent. Kwa sababu watu waga wanafikiria Ngati wote walikuwa wabaya. Lakini kuna Ngati, kama sio Ngati, role ya Ngati in the Mau Mau war, Mau Mau hata wangepata chance ya kupigana na mzungu. So, here is my point. Wakati mzungu amekuja hapa, alipata societies like all African society ama colonies zao, wakiwa na identity yao, walikuwa wanajijua, this is our home, this is what we do, this is our language. My grandmother used to have bottles, those calabash zenye zimewekwa beads. They used to communicate with those beads. They used to have a meaning. The first thing they did wakati mzungu amefika hapa, alikuwa kubreak the cultural identity ya watu, ndio aweze kuwa integrate into their system of control. What did he do? Alianza kwanza, alituma the missionaries kwanza waingie, wa change narrative ya identity, because my shosho used to tell me, kuna mama missionary alikuwa wanatembea every weekend manyumba za watu. Walikuwa wanasikia anakuja, wanaficha zile nyungu walikuwa wanatumia za kitambo. Wanaanza kufanya nini? Wanaweka sasa zile za modern. Kama ni birika zile za kitambo wanaweka kwa nyumba. Ndio mzungu akikuja anaona mko converted. Then via the church still, churches zikaanza kuoffer incentives. Ati tunakueducatea mtoto, tunafanya nini? Tunafanya instrument of control. Lakini what is the problem with that? Religion si mbaya sana, lakini the modern practice ya religion. Wakati tulipata independence, instead of having a state religion kama hiyo ya Russia, sisi tuliendelea inculcate religion into our state formation system, ndio ibenefit the ruling class. That is why ukiingia class 1 unakuta CRE ni compulsory. Agriculture ni optional. Na ujue agriculture ndio itakusaidia kugrow wealth. Agriculture ndio physics ni optional. Lakini from class 1 to form 4 CRE. Yani una create a generation ya watu wenye wana believe ati they don't believe in themselves, cause narrative ya kujiamini iliisha. Mkaanza kuamini, sisemi hakuna Mungu, there is God, lakini your own effort to change your own life. To change your own life.
Mungu wako wapi?
Unajua tukianza kuingia kwa narrative there is God, there is no God, tuna divert from utaanza kudeal ni sawa.
No. We are losing it now, guys.
Yes, don't go.
Yes,
don't go. Usiende hapo pause. Itakupeleka kwa terrain yenye una deal na 30 million people wenye wanaamini.
Sikupenda.
Yes. Kuna watu wanaamini. Ni system. It has been inculcated. Ni ka radicalization by the way.
Hiyo kwa mimi akuta iko na progress Kenya.
No,
this haitakusaidia.
Bro, this is the thing.
Rioting will never help.
This is the thing. This is the thing. This is what you do.
Wacha niseme hivi. If Kenya wants to change, lazima to change first ourselves. Tuache ukabila. Kenya kuna hypocrisy mingi. Especially people of up country. Kuna wakabila wako wengi sana. Wakikuyu, Wakalenjin.
Hypocrisy is contributed from the religion aspect.
Let me finish. Kikuyus, Kalenjins, Jalus, people of up country are very tribalist. First, change yourselves.
No
the
problem.
Second thing we have to do.
See, we have to understand.
Let me finish. Stop interrupting.
What is the problem that you're trying to elaborate?
Let me finish, bro. The second thing, we have to change the way we love our families. If you have a child, love your child. The third thing, we change the laws. Like that law of yo whatever, yo mko mna debate. Na hiyo bado ma judges wanavaa ma emperor's wigs, colonial wigs. And the fourth thing is change the religion. Juu kama tutakuwa tunaendelea na hii religion, hakuna siku Kenya itachange. Lazima turudi kwa
all over the world. Hata si mambo na Kenya. It is all over the world because religion is meant for stupid
religion people. Is not good. Religion is not for Africans.
Exactly. That's the word.
Na kama bado tunataka kuendelea kuishi na hiyo religion, hatutaisonga. Hata hizo mariots mnafanya ati mnadhani mna make change. It's for nothing. We have to take those steps.
Not native to us.
Revolution even though ina change. But as soon as you still continue this believing in religion, still being tribalist, Kenya will never change. You'll just be talking here, wasting your time, and nothing.
No, we're not wasting time. We're just sharpening one another's brain because it's not everybody.
That's what I'm saying. The first thing ni watu wa country waache ukabila. Wajaluo, Wakikuyu, Wakalenjin mostly.
Ukisema hivyo you're very wrong. Hakuna mtu ambaye
the second thing ni kupenda familia yako. The third thing,
wacha nikupe mfano.
The laws. What thing, change religion.
Watu wa country.
That's how we go to move.
Sasa nikikuchukua nikupeleka Turkana, Waturkana bado watakubagua tu. Hivyo natakiwa uelewe. Kwa hivyo hata sasa hivi nikikutoa hapa nikupeleke Kongo, bado Afrika wenzako sio wa Kenya kama wewe, lakini bado watakubagua bado.
Nakwambia hiyo manilots.
Ukienda South Africa it's the same subject.
Kenya is the most tribalist, top 5, iko top 5.
But you see perspective, my friend. Kama kwa mfano, wacha nikupe mfano ndio uweze kunielewa. Wasomali ni Waislamu na kuna Wagunya, kuna Waswahili wa Mombasa, kuna Wadigo ambao ni Waislamu. Kwa mfano, nataka leo wewe ukikutana na Msomali umwambie salamu alaikum, uone atakujibu nini. Anaweza kosa kukujibu ama akakwambia waalika. Waalika manake ni kumaanisha wewe sio Muislamu. Lakini ukitafuta Muislamu mwingine umwambie salamu alaikum, atakwambia wa alaikum salam. Tunaelewana mpaka hapo? Ubaguzi, sikiza nikwambie, ubaguzi unatokana na mifumo. Sikiza, ubaguzi unatokana na mifumo ya binadamu.
It's a fact. It's a fact. People from up
Nobody
country are
says
very
no.
tribal.
Nobody is
It's a
disputing
fact.
on that. We are
People
trying
from
here
up
to
country
say
are very tribal.
we are trying to look
Are
for a
very
method. How do we verge in
are very
between?
bad people. So
That's what I'm
if you
saying. We are
don't change
trying to
yourself,
discuss
you
how do
never
we get.
change. Na mimi in support Ruto kuliko support Gashago juu sasa he's very tribal.
Mimi hata ukiniuliza swali sasa, hata mimi ukiniuliza, mimi sitambui Ruto wala sitambui Gashagwa.
My guy, here we don't care about Gachagua ama Ruto. Hao wote sisi kwetu.
Hata Morara mwenyewe, Morara ambaye mnamsifu, mimi bado
watu wote Kanyanga, hata wenye tumeweka kwa hii picha, I don't care about them guys. Acha tusikie from Honorable Timo. Miss Bella, how are you? Hon Timo, tusikia kwako alafu tufunge hii show manze. Nilianza saa 1, sasa it's 10:47. Oh my. Hii nchi ni ya wakabila hii. Twende Timo tukusikie.
Yes, how are you Kenyans?
Fine, how are you?
Yes, nimesikiza, I just joined the meeting some minutes ago and I'm happy. The way you are discussing these affairs, it is very healthy. And I heard somebody saying we as Kenyans, we have to go out of being tribalic. Like you forget about our tribals and focus as a country. Actually, me personally, I don't judge, but I will make a comment. Everywhere you go, you have to say, where is your home? Like you have to introduce yourself like you are a Luo, you are a Kalenjin, you are a Kikuyu, you are a Turkana, the tribal, being like being from a tribe.
It's not
is
about
very important.
It's about respect. There is no respect. Especially Kikuyus, Kalenjins and Luos, upcountry people are very disrespectful to other tribes. So until we get to that point, there will never be a change. You will just be talking here for.
You need to understand, Mr. Yellowman. You see,
until we respect each other, we're never going to go anywhere.
That respect,
and our leaders have story.
Na hiyo respect inaitwa na mfumo. Ni mfumo tunajaribu kutafuta hapa. Taishi na mfumo upi ambao tutakuwa hatubaguani, ndio cha msingi. Timu, hebu endelea tueleweshe vile uko unasema.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I never meant to say tribe. We have to focus on our tribals, but when you are introducing yourself, the nature part of us is we have to say you are a Luo, you are which tribe. But when we go abroad or up countries, we say we are Kenyans. We don't value the tribe now. But because of our next or our tomorrow, that is the next minute from now, we have now to forget about the tribal nature of us, and we focus as leaders of one country. We focus as leaders who are very united. Like in general, we don't focus on a region or maybe a church or a denomination as said by somebody, because these sources are just a petty story that people say, I want to support my brother. Another friend will say, I want to support maybe my cousin. Those are the factors that are bringing this tribalism. And we as Kenyans, we shall be sorry to whoever who will be amplifying the words of tribalistic or being from a certain region, only to make sure that what he is fighting for from the government or any association is directly heading to a region, not the whole country. We will one day wipe out all those guys who will be singing or who will be making a choir for their tribal stories. For now, we are living in one country, and we should advocate for
one
living
nation,
as
one people.
Yeah, one Kenya, one people. We have no more. We have no one who will say like I'm a tribal, like I just value Kalenjins or maybe Kikuyu, the way these guys from Akwanga, the Duos. But you have to do, as long as you are a Kenyan. In fact, very soon, before 2032 or the next MPs from 2027, what we'll do when we go there, we have to wipe out the locations of our IDs at the back of our location. We just write we are Kenyans. Simple. That is the only thing that will wipe now the stories of tribalism.
It doesn't matter. Listen, it doesn't matter even if there is. The only thing that there is disrespect. Until we respect each other,
Yellow
They will
man,
never be changed.
Yellow man,
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
Yellow,
There is no
yellow.
shame.
Yellow
There's
skiza.
no shit, man. That's the truth, man.
Now listen.
Listen what I'm saying. Until you respect each
Yellow
other.
man.
It doesn't matter what tribe you are. Kenya is top 5 the most tribal country in
Now
Africa.
let me get you. Let me cut you short.
Number 5 is Ethiopia.
We need to
Number
respect
4
each other. That's a
Number 5
fact.
is Ethiopia. Number 4 is Kenya. Number 3 is Congo. Number 2 South Sudan. Number 1 Nigeria. So
no problem
until
about that.
Kenyans
Listen to me,
respect
Timo.
each other,
Let me give you
they will never be
different
changed.
perspective. Let me give you a perspective.
That's what I'm
here.
saying.
Let me give you a perspective. Let me give you a small perspective. It is very easy to understand that tribe does not exist first and foremost, because there's no way you can define the word tribe, because it's something that doesn't exist. This is a statement from the colonial masters that came and changed the status quo of who we are. We, as a people, we know we come from each community. You get the sense? And there is no way. And there is no way
communities in Kenya. Can you tell me the most tribal communities in Kenya?
I'm going to give you a small example. Before the colonial master stepped Africa, or maybe stepped on this land of Africa, Africans were living harmoniously. Very, very harmony, in big harmony. I'll give you a small example. In 1936, Mombasa Road was still a dirt road. Ilikuwa ni barabara ya mchanga. 1936. Kwa hivyo ni kumaanisha ni juzi tu. Unaelewa? Kwa hivyo sasa hii uvamizi ya na wakoloni pia bado ni juzi. Our story is very deep and so strong. It's only that we, the generation today, are not even focused to understand how do the people who used to be before us, how did they live? No matter their challenges and whatever challenges we are having today is a result of